got a little bit. Come on, buddy. Wow. Okay, so for our radio audience, which is absolutely ridiculous, and Texas did the right thing. I mean, you got no time left. Texas recovers a fumble. Carson Beck is down and in pain, so that's the other big development here, as we will see what's going to transpire with Beck. But for our radio audiences around the country, if you are listening and not having your eyes on this thing, Carson Beck is strip sacked. It is recovered and deemed a fumble by Texas. It is run back, and you do have to do it there. Pitch the ball back, see if you can get something. It is the last play of the half. Texas does try to do that. Offensive lineman for Georgia eventually recovers. So now the thing to monitor here is Carson Beck favoring his right arm / shoulder. We will see if there's anything to worry about. He is getting up under his own power and walking off, but something to monitor is Beck is clearly dealing with some sort of pain, and they will see if he is going to be available. Keep our eye on this. Actually, it looks like now he's limping pretty hard, so he's jogging off, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, he was down for a while too, and he was grabbing his right arm, and then he started to limp. So we'll see. I don't know much about the backup. I don't know if you do either, but there have been times this year where I said, how good is the backup? Because maybe the backup is a better option with how poorly Beck has played at certain times, just turning the ball over. But, hey, we've done a lot of talking here. It's 6-3 at the half. It's Texas probably feels like we should be up more. Georgia feels like, hey, we've had our opportunities to maybe take the lead. But 6-3, Georgia gets the ball to start the third quarter in a kind of a brand new game. I'm interested to see. Texas was a 3-point favorite to start, so I'm guessing they're still around maybe a 4.5 point favorite as we look at the live line, just because they do have the lead here. Anything for you second half?
I mean,
Georgia.
Here we go, Lumberjacks fans. While you're at today's game, show you're a true fan by respecting others, drinking responsibly, and making a safe ride home part of your game plan. This message is brought to you by Bud Light, Tyler Sales Company, and your Muskegon Lumberjacks. Now, Jacks fans, it's time to take a look at the video board for your USHL standings. Standings are brought to you by Gilo, Groom, Terpstra, and McAvoy. GGTM is a unique law firm that concentrates its practice on the representation of businesses, business owners, and entrepreneurs. And after every home game, we're spotlighting a fan to be named the Carlisle's Fan of the Game. Post a photo of yourself from tonight's game and tag us on any of our social media channels for a chance to be named the Carlisle's Fan of the Game. Promotional Communications Network is your full-service video production company. Our specialists are the official video crew for Trinity Health Arena. Whether your live event is in an arena for thousands of excited fans or in a smaller venue for a private gathering, Promotional Communications Network can help you communicate your ideas. And if the Jacks score 4 goals in one game at home this year, you have the opportunity to bring home a 2-piece beef sirloin sizzler with the purchase of $25 or more. Just show your game ticket at the Meat Block located on Broadway Avenue within 1 week of tonight's game, and you can eat like a lumberjack. Hey, Jacks fans, visit Family Financial Credit Union's downtown hub for your chance to become the little saver of the game. For every save the Jacks goalie makes, your child will receive $1 in their account, plus a post-game picture on the ice with the Jacks goaltender. The coolest program for kids. Little saver of the game. Sign up today. And this season, Jacks fans, you can show off your Lumberjack pride with the exclusive Lumberjacks debit card from Family Financial Credit Union. Users will be eligible for Rink rewards throughout the season. To get your Lumberjack debit card, head to your local FFCU branch. Trinity Health Arena has a brand new Lumberjacks team store. Go check out the team store located in the corner behind section 102 and get some new Jacks merchandise for you and your family just in time for the holidays. Chuck-a-Puck offers a wide range of prizes that makes it fun for the entire family. Prizes include 2 hours of golf simulation from Under Par Golf, a Lazy Boy recliner from Langlois, full bowling gear from Brunswick, and 2 oil changes from Benton. Chuck-a-Pucks can be purchased at the new team store located behind section 102 until the end of the second period. The Muskegon Lumberjacks Charitable Foundation is thrilled to be partnering with Benton all season long. We are all working together to achieve goals and improve the quality of literacy within Muskegon County. Hey, our 50/50 has gone digital and is now accepting cash and card. Our Reading Caravan representatives are roaming the concourse for your chance to enter the 50/50 raffle. Proceeds from the 50/50 raffle go towards the Muskegon Lumberjacks Charitable Foundation promoting literacy in Muskegon County. Be sure to ask Cindy or Melissa about the special deals you can receive on purchasing tickets. The students of Muskegon County thank you for your support. Ajax fans, we're giving you control of the music playlist. We want to hear from our fans, so hop on X and tweet your song request by adding the hashtag Jax Jukebox for your tune to rock Trinity Health Arena. Again, that's hashtag Jax Jukebox to request a song. When you purchase your Jax ticket through the 13 Plus app, you'll be entered to win a seat upgrade to the Jax Club or even walk away with a brand new Roku. Download the 13 Plus app and get your Jax ticket for a chance to win big. And we'd like to take this moment to thank our friends over at Orthopedic Associates of Muskegon for their efforts in keeping our players healthy and ready to compete each and every night. And Jax fans, this is a friendly reminder that Trinity Health Arena is a non-smoking facility. Smoking and vaping is strictly prohibited throughout the entire arena. We thank you for your cooperation. Also, please be aware that safety netting has been provided for your protection. However, hockey pucks may leave the ice throughout tonight's game. To avoid injury, please stay alert at all times. Also, please take a second to note the nearest fire exit. Exits are located throughout the main concourse. Thank you, and enjoy tonight's game. And as always, Jax fans, please refrain from walking up and down the aisle during play. Also, Jax fans, please be courteous to other Jax fans and wait at the top of your section for play to stop before going back to your seat. Thank you.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Ask the Jervis Fethke Insurance Agency in Muskegon if Auto Owners make sense for you.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
NHLShop.com, the official online store of the National Hockey League, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear, with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics, and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.com, a Fanatics experience.
Good evening and welcome into Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Ezra Janello, voice of the Muskegon Lumberjacks, along with you this evening for some Saturday night hockey here in Muskegon as the Jacks take on the Youngstown Phantoms. Once again, good evening and welcome up here in the broadcast booth. Ezra Janello along with you. Second game of a 3-game weekend, second and final game for the Lumberjacks against the Youngstown Phantoms this weekend. They're donning a new look. The gold alternate jerseys are back from the seamstress with the Trinity Health patches on the front. and they get to wear them for the first time this year at home. They broke them out at the Fall Classic, but now they get to wear them here in Muskegon. Let's take a look at our players to watch, the guys who are going to be representing those jerseys real well for the Lumberjacks. That's Drew Stewart. Stewart scored last night, the game winner. It was an empty netter, was really strong all night long on the Lumberjack second line. He's the center alongside Teddy Spitznagel, and tonight, Matthew Van Blarenkamp, who switches with David Deputy. But Stewart this season, the Minnetonka, Minnesota native, 21 games, 5 goals, 7 assists for 12 points, was a mid-season trade acquisition for the Lumberjacks from the Cedar Rapids Rough Riders. Big hopes for this guy this year, and he's lived up to them. And that guy right there, too, David Klee, the captain of the Lumberjacks, had 4 points last night, a goal and 3 assists, 21 games played, 9 goals, 7 assists, 16 points. Now, that is if he had 3 points. The USHL league officials, they only credit him with the 2 assists, not the 3. So he could have 17 points. He could have 16 points. Either way, the San Jose Sharks draft pick and future Nodak men's hockey player played really well last night for the Lumberjacks. Physical, gritty, but also on the offensive end, finding success. And a guy that's looking to find some success at this level, that's the USHL debut for Owen Boucher, the Grand Ledge, Michigan native committed to UMass Amherst, skates in his first USHL game tonight. Gets the start as the extra forward for the Phantoms. The start of a promising career, and a guy that's been in a pretty lengthy time in the USHL. That's Mikey Burchell. 195 games played in the USHL. Started with, I believe, the Dubuque Fighting Saints a couple of seasons ago. This year, 9 points in 22 games. The alternate captain for the Phantoms out of Mundelein, Illinois. He gets the start up top alongside Bannock and Sly. Tonight's player to watch for the Phantoms. Tonight's starting netminder for the Lumberjacks, that is Stephen Peck. Stephen, out of New York, enters today with a 6-2, 1-1 record, a 2.27 goals against average, and a 9.20 save percentage. He's across the ice from Melvin Strahl, the Columbus Blue Jackets draft pick committed to Michigan State. 11-5 this year. Strahl earned the loss last night, has a 2.11 goals against average. That's first in the USAHL, and a 9.09 save percentage. The goaltending matchup, great. The matchup in front of them, great as well. We'll talk about starting lineups and everything else you need to know when we come back here on Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
We first opened during the Great Depression, and we've been open for over 85 years now. Through everything that's come our way, we've stayed open by working to make life easier, better, and fresher. By making a real difference in the communities we serve. And by being the kind of place where your money always goes a little further. That's why we're open. Come see for yourself.
Is Gen Z the laziest generation?
Yeah. We don't work hard. We expect big promotions right away.
We're addicted to screen time.
So worried about self-care.
And we don't adhere to dress codes.
We always want everything handed to us. Kids these days.
Orthopedic Associates of Muskegon is the largest orthopedic practice on the Lakeshore. Our fellowship-trained sports medicine specialists will help you choose the best treatment for your injury. Whether that's a non-surgical approach like physical therapy, bracing, or pain management, or the latest surgical technique, you can be the active, healthy person you were meant to be. Call us today to make an appointment, or make an appointment online at oamkg.com.
The wait is almost over.
This crowd is ready for hockey.
The world's best players take the ice to compete for their country. International Best on Best Hockey comes to Boston as Bruins stars Brad Marchand of Team Canada and Charlie McAvoy of Team USA compete to see which hockey nation will reign. Canada, Finland, Sweden, USA. The Four Nations face-off. Get your tickets today.
Jeff Granich. Penalty box, Greg Hutchinson, Jim Boss. Game clock, Pat Burke. Statisticians, Ron Lindstrom, Dennis Rupert. Scoring, Ernie Atticott, Emily Mazurkowitz. Online scoring, Brandon Bean. Not in the lineup for Muskegon tonight are number 2, Ryan Aronson. Number 15, Carter Sanderson. Injured, number 19, Jack Christ. And injured, number 33, Cameron Acoyne. Now here's the starting lineup for the visiting Youngstown Phantoms. Starting at center, number 9, Adam Benak. Starting at forward, number 91, Jamison Slies. And number 19, Mikey Burchell. Starting on defense, number 47, Colson Hanrahan. And number 7, Kazimir Sobieski. And starting in goal, number 60, Melvin Strahl. The assistant coach is Scott Gordon. The associate coach is Brandon Gotkin. And the head coach for the Phantoms is Ryan Ward. The outside temperature is 44 degrees. Winds are from the southwest at 17 miles an hour. You know what that means, Jacks fans? It's a beautiful night for hockey in downtown Muskegon. Muskegon Lumberjacks fans, are you ready? Then it's time for everyone to get out of your seats, put your hands together, and welcome to the ice, your Muskegon Lumberjacks. And now, here's tonight's IHOP starting lineup for your Muskegon Lumberjacks. Starting at center, from Castle Rock, Colorado, the captain, number 20, David Klee. Starting at left wing, from Hopkinton, Massachusetts, number 18, Jack Galanek. Starting at right wing, from Prague in the Czech Republic, number 24, Václav Nestrasil. Starting at left defense, from Rosemount, Minnesota, number 3, Jake Toll. Starting at right defense, from Edina, Minnesota, number 4, Barrett Dexheimer. And starting between the pipes, from New York, New York, number 1, Stephen Peck. The equipment manager is Eddie Duffy, athletic trainer Ian Wood. Assistant coaches are Adam Morrison, CJ Cush, and Evan Trupp. The head coach of your Muskegon Lumberjacks is Parker Burgess, and the general manager is Jim McGrarty. Let's hear it for your Muskegon Lumberjacks. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as we honor our country and the brave men and women serving in the armed forces throughout the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey, Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Let's meet tonight's starting lineups first for the visiting Phantoms of Youngstown. Jamison Slies on the left, Mikey Burchell on the right. Adam Bannock will take the opening draw on the front end for the Phantoms. On the back end, it's Colson Hanrahan, the captain out of Longmeadow, Massachusetts, committed to UMass Amherst. Casimir Sobieski starts the game next to him, the second line defenseman out of Deerfield, Massachusetts, the 0-4 uncommitted in between the pipes for the second straight night. That's Melvin Strahl, the Sweden-born netminder, committed to MSU, drafted by Columbus. Gets the nod from head coach Ryan Ward and the Phantoms. The Lumberjacks, they go with their third line. Jack Galanick, the alternate captain out of Hopkinton, Massachusetts, committed to UMass Amherst on the left. Vaslav Nestrasil out of Prague, committed to UMass Amherst on the right. And the Castle Rock, Colorado native, the captain David Klee, takes the opening draw. Jake Toll, Barrett Dexheimer, another UMass Amherst commit on the back end. Stephen Peck, the future Michigan Wolverine, gets the nod from head coach Parker Burgess. Klee leans in across from Bannock. Jackson, the gold jerseys, going left to right across your screens and radios. Though Bannock wins the draw, Sobieski plays up the far side, and now here's Jake Toll. Finds Klee just in front of the Jacks bench. Over the red line, chips to the near side. First one on it, Sobieski. Met by Nestrasil. Now Jack Galanick with it. Behind the net to the near side. Galanick up the wall. Pushed against it. Leaves it in the corner for Klee. Now far side, Nestrasil. Back to the near side. Out for Klee. It escapes everyone in the zone, so Toll has to go back for it. Left off for Barrett Dexheimer. Now Nestrasil. Taken by Slies, popped out, Burchell, swiped away by the fresh leg Stefanik. Slies found the puck in the slot and fired it wide. Nestrasil sends it to the neutral zone, gets off for a change. Sobieski near side, now crosses the blue line back in, fires in and out of the glove. Jardine pushes onto Peck, 2 shots, 2 saves in quick succession. Here comes David Deputy, one of the newest Lumberjacks, rather the newest Lumberjack, gets to the offensive zone, but it's taken away by Houston. Up the middle of the ice, skates Landon Resendez to the near side, finds Messick. Fired off the shoulder of Peck, and now here's Stefanik. Off for Tynan Lawrence. Way to the near side for Radivojevic. It goes to the middle for Lawrence. Still in his own zone, curling around to the far side. Finds Stefanik. To the near side, Xavier Veo enters the offensive zone. Veo, and against the wall in the near side corner, taken away by Jardine. Spitsnagel lays a check, but Messick takes the puck to the neutral zone. Regained by Drew Stewart. Pushed forward to the offensive end. Here's Van Blaricom near side. Backhand pass in front. Stewart was covered by a pair of Phantoms. Now Spitznagel, a strong check, wins possession for the Jacks. Danny Clares in his own zone. D-to-D with Berry. Up the near side. Bourne sends it back in. Far side, it's kept in by Brecken Smith. Here's MVB off his skate. Power Berry receives. Behind his own net finds Danny Clares. Back to Berry on the near side. And back to the far side. He looks to send it. Ahead for Teddy Spitznagel. Knocked down by Brecken Smith. Hanrahan in the area for the Phantoms. It's taken by Smith in his own zone. Pressured by Rudy Burzcalms. Delayed penalty on the ice. Fired on by Van Blaricom. Who is the penalty against? It's against Rudy Burzcalms. Van Blaricom had the puck and fired a shot. Take a look at the M-Live replay, the behind-the-net camera. I'm not sure where the penalty comes from. But Rudy Burzcalms is going to sit in the box. Well, it's a great introduction to our officiating crew. The referees, Eric Arrigo and Bruce Vita Jr., working the line, Zach Bennett and Nick Klitschko. Face off on the far side. Stewart leans in for the Jacks. Waiting for the announcement to see what Burzcalms is guilty of. Well, 17:23 to go in the first. That was our first stoppage of the game, and it sends the Phantoms onto the power play. They were 0 for 2 last night. Jardine sends it in. Far side wall taken by Veo. Sends it all the way down the ice. Jacks change the forwards. Gherkin and Stewart get off. Golanek on with Clee. Here's Slies across the way. Looks for and finds the defenseman Sobieski. Carried in by Banach. Middle of the blue line. Kicks out for Jardine. Ethan Jardine fires but blocked in traffic. Golanek sends it down the ice. Now the defense changes. Power Berry on with Barrett Dexheimer on the back end. Stefanik and Lawrence up front. Colson Hanrahan halfway through this power play. The near side finds Bourne. Kicked out for Messick. Back for Bourne. Down to the corner. Knocked down by Berry. Taken by Dexheimer. Up the wall finds Stefanik. Flying is Lawrence, but is taken by Hanrahan at the red line and sent back in. Power Berry, far side corner behind the net for Barrett Dexheimer. And down the ice once more with 38 seconds to go on Burzcalms' penalty. Here's Bourne near side. Carries out of his own zone. Pressured by Lawrence. Curls back into it. Messick centers for Resendez. Gets it back near side wall. Messick down to the corner. Behind the net on his forehand to the far side. Michael Messick up top for Hanrahan. Keeps it in. Taken away, though, by the Jackson Veo. It's chipped to the neutral zone. Xavier takes it down the ice. Cooper Pearson drops off for Drabicki. Here's Ethan Drabicki. Dropped off for Veo to the offensive zone. Out of the box, Burzcalms. A pass to the near side. Knocked away by Bourne and sent back down low. Burzcalms, near side wall. Pinched off by Messick. It goes to the far side for Bauer Berry. Fired off the back of the cage. Behind the net. Picked back up by the Youngstown forward wearing 18. Kept in the offensive half of the ice by Burzcalms. He sends it deep and gets off for a change. Spitznagel, Van Blaricom, and Stewart up front for the next shift. Puck goes off a jack and down the ice, so no icing. Peck plays to the near side for Spitznagel. Bauer Berry in his own zone. Looking at his options. Looks ahead. It goes off a Hess. Offside are the Phantoms. Well, first media timeout of the evening. 14:47 to go in the first. Shots are 3-0 in favor of the Phantoms, but 0-0 where it matters here on Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Ask the Jervis Fethke Insurance Agency in Muskegon if auto owners make sense for you.
Keep going. More.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network on Mix. They're presented by Lakeside Surfaces. A friendly reminder that this Muskegon Lumberjacks broadcast is brought to you in part by Auto Owners Insurance. For over 100 years, Auto Owners has been dedicated to the independent agency system. Get local support from somebody you know. Whether it's home, auto, life, or business, ask your independent agent if Auto Owners Insurance makes sense for you. Face off just in front of the Jacks bench. One back by Stewart. And now on the near side, here's Reese Lance. Last night, skated in his USHL debut. Now he gets it deep in the offensive zone. It's kept in by Toll. Wrapped down around to the near side. Lance drops down for it. Goes behind the net for Teddy Spitznagel. Regained by Youngstown. Van Blairencom working on Hess. Kept in by Lance again. Great play by the young defenseman out of Wisconsin. Spitznagel centers for Stewart. It comes up for Lance. Fires a shot into the midsection of the netminder Strahl, who holds on. Great shift by Reese Lance. Member of the Janesville Jets of the North American League. Gets some claps of approval from head coach Parker Burgess, former Janesville head coach. Got the puck to the offensive zone, kept the puck in the offensive zone, and fired a shot on net. 3 accomplishments. Every time you get on the ice, you want to accomplish something. He had 3 things that he accomplished on that one shift. Jacks get an offensive zone draw. One by Cleef, fired wide by Nestrasil. Weird bounce off the glass, so it goes back to the near side. In the corner, picked up by Youngstown, cleared off the glass and down the ice. That was the player wearing 39, Brecken Smith. Now here comes Galanik. Chipped away from Houston. Sobieski shades over far side. Smith in the area takes it behind the net. The Miami, Ohio commit up the near side. Protects away from Galanik. Fires up for Michael Monroe. And now here's Voronin. Back for Smith. Taken away by Luka Radivojevic. Luka up the middle of the ice. Finds Klee. It's sent down the ice. A pass intended for Nestrasil. Goes all the way down for icing. Well, there's a pretty decent crowd tonight. It must be me. Haven't had my caffeine. It feels like the game has been waiting for something to happen. Some youth hockey players catching the game. TC, not sure what team that is. If we were in New Jersey, I could tell you which any youth hockey logo is. I'm still learning out here in Michigan. Feels like I've been here for 5-6 years. I've only been here since February of 2023, February of last year. Nestrasil takes a hard check, loses his helmet, but gets the puck deep down the ice. Here's Jamison Slides on the near side of the neutral zone, but it's taken by Lawrence back in his own end. Toll centers for Deputy. Middle of the ice, Bourne steps up to take it back. Sent in by Burchell. Picked up by Toll near side corner. Now on the far side, it's Chase Stefanik. Behind the net for Barrett Dexheimer. Now Stefanik once more to the near side, finds Tynan Lawrence. Centers for Dexheimer, he leads the rush. Dexheimer fires wide. It comes to the near side for Slice. Chipped down the ice, picked up by Toll in his own half of the ice, and hinges backwards for Dexheimer. Barrett away from Banach. Holds in his own end. Barrett Dexheimer committed to UMass Amherst, who has the most committed players in the lineup for the Lumberjacks. 3 of them, Dexheimer, Galanik, and Nestrasil. The Hockey East Conference, the most representation in the Jacks lineup. While Deputy, committed to play college hockey at Miami, Ohio, leaves off for Rudy Burscollins. Dexheimer once more, far side at the red line, sends it deep. Though it's gloved down by Slice, just in front of his bench, and taken the other way by Burscollins. Here's Kurt Gerken, away from Sobieski. First one on it, Eric Frassard, the extra defenseman for the Phantoms. It's played up the near side. I want to say Jack Wilson, though he's not the current number 18 for Youngstown. He wore it last year. Now it's Michael Messick. Rudy Burscollins now. Ahead for Cooper Pearson. Coop over the red line, near side at the blue line, sends it in, lightly taps to the near side corner. Sobieski looks for and finds a wingerman. That's Evan Jardine. Now on the far side, it's back with Frassard. Ahead for Resendez. He chips in and gets off. Youngstown, Muskegon both executing line changes. Teddy Spitznagel takes a bump, looks for Clares, but it's taken away. Good check from Stewart in the middle of the ice, laid onto Boucher, but it's regained by Stengrim. 8:50 gone here in the first period, 11:05 now remaining in the frame. Chipped out of the zone by Van Blaricom, sent back in by Stengrim, and now here's Clares behind the net. Danny Clares, the near side, MVB. Across the way, here comes Drew Stewart. Loves to show off the Jets, centers the offensive zone, takes it down to the corner. Knocked down by Santilli. Behind the net, Van Blaricom battles across from Veronin. It comes up top for Radivojevic. Holds now fires, blocked by Murphy. Tapped ahead for Stengrim. He'll just lightly send it down the ice. On target of the net, so no icing. Youngstown can finish their line change. Back in the neutral zone, Houston sends it deep. Taken by Radivojevic up the near side, finds Van Blaricom. Kept in by Veronin. Tried sending it down low and does. On the far side, it's met by Michael Monroe, the Hanover, Massachusetts native. Taken out by Drabicki. Ethan Drabicki chips down the ice. No icing waved off by the lead official. Big collision in the near side corner. Arms stay down while the play continues with Brecken Smith near side. Dexheimer. Knocked by Monroe. Taken to the offensive zone by Veronin, but offside, says the official. 9:49 to go in the first. Another media timeout. Shots 4-1 in favor of Youngstown. Still 0-0 here on Flow Hockey. The Lumberjacks Hockey Network presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
The wait is almost over.
This crowd is ready for hockey.
The world's best players take the ice to compete for their country. International Best on Best Hockey comes to Boston as Bruin stars Brad Marchand of Team Canada and Charlie McAvoy of Team USA compete to see which hockey nation will reign. Canada, Finland, Sweden, USA. The four nations face off. Get your tickets to
Orthopedic Associates of Muskegon is the largest orthopedic practice on the Lakeshore. Our fellowship-trained sports medicine specialists will help you choose the best treatment for your injury. Whether that's a non-surgical approach like physical therapy, bracing, or pain management, or the latest surgical technique, you can be the active, healthy person you were meant to be. Call us today to make an appointment, or make an appointment online at oamkg.com.
Well, welcome back into Flow Hockey, Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. 9:45 to go in the first period. Here's Jamison Slies. Sends into the Muskegon zone. Stephen Peck stops it behind the net, plays the near side. Slies looks to Bourne at the blue line, but David Deputy intercepts the pass. Deputy now taken by his number-sake Bannock. Bourne up for Slies, poked away by Toll, knocked down hard. The official had his arm up, but that was to say offside. Toll takes a stick straight to the mouth, goes straight to the bench. You can hear the crowd showing their frustration with the lack of a call. Slies looks for Bannock, intercepted by Dexheimer, and now here he comes on the near side. Ahead for David Deputy. Deputy, top of the near side circle, finds the trailer. Klee fires, he scores! David Klee gets the Jacks on the board again for the second straight night. It's 1-0 Muskegon, 8:53 to go in the first. Oh, Jake Toll is leaking on the bench. We'll see if we can get a replay of the high stick, but David Klee the shot, and I know I say that, and his parents are watching at home. He's getting worked on by the athletic trainer, Ian Wood. He's going to be good. He's standing on his own power. So for the Tolls watching, he's good. But there are puddles of blood in front of the Lumberjacks bench. David Klee finds the back of the net, had 4 points last night. Adds his 10th goal of the season tonight. The former Waterloo Blackhawk. Maybe the biggest trade acquisition the Lumberjacks have gotten since I joined the team in February of the 22-23 season. He has it near side, looks up and finds Galanik. Plays on the near side. Here's Vaslav Nestrasil. Fires off the blocker of Strahl. Golanek picks it up, sends it down low. Nestrasil taken away by Messick. On the near side, Jardine sends it down the ice, looking to win the race for icing. Bauer Mary does so. And the faceoff will come back down to the Youngstown end. Radivojevic and Veo on the back end. Gherkin, Burrs, Collins, and Pearson up front. Pearson leans in for the draw across from the Plymouth, Michigan native Michael Messick. A lot of Michigan and Massachusetts for Youngstown. Veo to the near side for Burrs, Collins out of Latvia. Nice move, trying to get away from Sobieski. But now here's Resendez out of Marlborough, Massachusetts. It's sent down the ice. Radivojevic picks it up for Muskegon. Kurt Gherkin now, near side for Pearson. Flying, Burrs Collins gets it behind the defense. On his forehand, swiped away by Brecken Smith. Good check by Gherkin in the corner. Wins possession for the Jacks. Radivojevic, middle of the blue line. Holds to the near side, curling away from Veronin. Plays for Xavier Veo. Xavier, down to the near side corner. Far side, still with it. Up to the blue line, Radivojevic. Back to Veo, far side. Xavier down low for Pearson in the corner. Cooper up top for Veo. Xavier with a lane. Fires, redirected by Gherkin, but wide. And now Veronin looks to clear the zone. Knocked down hard by Kurt Gherkin. Back to his feet. Finds Houston. Taken by Drew Stewart. Near side, Reese Lance. He'll lead the rush. Fires onto Strahl. It's sticked aside. Now on the near side, it's Broussard who plays up the wall. Kept in by Spitznagel. Pushed down towards Stewart. Lance drops for it. Kept in by Van Blaricom. Fired, but blocked by Smith. So here's Stewart far side. Drew Stewart curling away. Nice play from his knees. Finds Van Blaricom, though it's forced to the neutral zone by Harrison Smith. He made his USHL debut last night, the future Sacred Heart pioneer. He sends it down the ice and gets off for a change. MVB to the offensive zone. Wraps it around on the far side. Off the glass, it goes for Spitznagel in the corner. Hess battles across from Drabicki. To the near side it comes, picked up by Kane Stengrim. Now Hess weaving through the neutral zone, met by Tynan Lawrence. Taken away by the Jacks' 2008 birth year out of Canada. But it's back with Stephen Peck. Lance. Far side, finds Stefanik, taken back by Bannock. Bannock looks back door. Leaving his feet was Lance to take it away. Great play by Reese Lance and the Lumberjacks defense. And now Deputy gets it far enough out of danger, but not far enough for an icing. Behind the net, here's Murphy. Far side, finds Santilli. Down the ice, Burchell sends it to the far side corner. Barrett Dexheimer, the first one on it. Jake Toll back on the ice for the Lumberjacks as it goes to the far side. Hanrahan drops down for it. Here's Tynan Lawrence away from Bannock. Toll now met by Burchell, plays to the far side. Here's Hanrahan. To the near side corner, Dexheimer. Pressured by Burchell. Back where Bannock stands, it's taken by Slice. Up top for Hanrahan. Fires the long shot, glove down by Peck. It looks to be the nose of Jake Toll that was leaking. Looks to have something stuffed up to stop the bleeding. He and Dexheimer get off. They're replaced on the back end by Radivojevic and Veo, joined by Golanek, Nestrasil, and Klee, the goal-scoring unit here in the first period. Shots are 5-4 in favor of Youngstown. Klee's 10th of the year, the difference maker thus far. He leans in across from Resendez. Wins it backwards as well. And now here's Radivojevic up to Nestrasil. Centered for Klee off the near side wall, down to the corner. Golanek met by the defenseman wearing 12, Cal Houston. Behind the net, David Klee pops out for Nestrasil. Defended well by Messick. In the far side corner, comes on the near side for Houston, and now down the ice, Jardine. Across for Messick to the offensive zone. Fired off the blocker of Peck. Behind the net, Messick knocked down, and the puck goes straight to Resendez. He turns and fires. No rebound to be had. Well, Klee tangled up with a Phantom. That's Jardine. It was behind the Lumberjacks' goal, but the officials separate the party, and the faceoff will stay inside the Jacks' end. Take a look at the replay here. It was first Jardine and Radivojevic, and projected first-round draft pick this summer, Luka Radivojevic. That's what makes David Klee so awesome. Does he lead the Lumberjacks in points? Yes. Does he have 10 goals now? Yes. Is he going to stick up for his teammates when they get picked on? 100% yes. Rudy Burns-Collins will take the draw. This is a guy that the Lumberjacks hope can learn a lot from the veteran David Klee. Rudy, a 2008 birth year. Now replaced by Cooper Pearson in the face-off circle across from Brecken Smith. One back by Pearson. Here's Bauer Berry. Up the far side, it comes to the middle and forced out by Drabicki. On the near side, Murphy looks to send it back in and does. It's picked up by Berry. Make that Danny Clares, and it comes back up for Murphy. Can't keep it in. Pressure in the neutral zone by Pearson, who now has it far side. Leaves off for Drabicki. Picked up by Youngstown, but offside in the offensive zone. And so the faceoff will stay in front of the Muskegon bench. Faceoff will be far side. Bannock leans in across from David Klee. One back by Klee. Told on the near side. Dexheimer ahead for Nestrasil. At the red line, met by Sobieski. So it goes for Jamison Slies. Over the center ice logo. Chips to the far side. Toll on the first one. On it alongside Burchell. Ahead for Galanic. Down the ice for Nestrasil. It comes to the near side wall. He and Sobieski. Down to the corner. Taken by Vaslov. Centered in front. But intercepted by Bannock. Up the middle of the ice to the near side, finds Houston, dropped off for Slies. Back to Houston in the corner. And against the wall, it's taken by Galanic. To the far side corner, collides with Slies and keeps the puck. Galanic up for Klee, and now centered for Nestrasil. Vaslov drops off for Galanic, but a bit too close together. And so they were defended by one defenseman. Here's Sobieski. To Houston far side, met by Van Blaricom, centered just out of the reach of Stewart, who looks to win a race. He does to the near side corner. Drew Stewart now behind the net, gets it far side. Up to the blue line for Veo. Xavier fires loose in front. No, it's held onto by Strahl with Spitznagel on the doorstep. Take a look at the shot here from Veo. It's perfect. Nice and low. Looking to get it through the legs. But look at the screen, too, from Spitznagel. As close as you can be within the legal parameters of the game. Stewart leans in. Far side circle across from Jakub Hess, the Czechia native committed to Nebraska Omaha. He wins it. Stewart's stick snaps in half. And now here comes Stengrim up the near side. Gets a new twig from the bench. Picked up by Radivojevic. He goes backwards for Veo, but they call offside against Youngstown. They say that the pass was actually made by Jakub Hess. Hess across from Stewart, near side of the neutral zone. One back by Stewart, but taken by Stengrim. Works towards Peck. Turned over to Radivojevic, who goes across the way. Back in the near side corner. Hess. Then against the wall by his number sake, Radivojevic. Stengrim in the area for the white jerseys as well. Here's Frassard. Taken by Luca. Behind the net, Hess to the far side. Youngstown setting up in their offensive zone system. Is taken away by Teddy Spitznagel, though. Carried through the neutral zone to the middle of the ice. Finds MVB near side. Van Blaricom takes a bump, but gets it deep. Now Colson Hanrahan. Down the ice, taken by Clares, regained by Stengrim. Pushed on to Peck. And now here's Bauer Berry. Stretch pass finds Deputy to the offensive zone. Off his stick is taken by Murphy. To the far side corner. Tynan Lawrence takes it away, sends it back to the corner. Now it's Murphy again to the near side for Santilli. 92 seconds to go in the frame. Here's Resendez. Sends it down to the corner. Danny Clares takes it, leaves off for Bauer Berry. Two white jerseys pressuring the Lumberjacks defenseman. It comes up to Murphy. Fires to the slot for Resendez. He turns and shoots, but he goes wide of the cage. Now here's Stefanik. Centers for Lawrence. To the near side, Deputy. Back to Lawrence. Tapped onto Strahl and sticked away. Lawrence far side. Off the wall. Finds Toll. Fired, but blocked in traffic. Back for Stefanik. Fired wide. It goes hard off the back wall and cycled down low by Deputy. Tynan Lawrence now turns and shoots. Blocked by Murphy. Deputy in the area as well. But now here comes Jardine. Sends it to the far side corner. 40 seconds to go in the frame. Here's Jake Toll. Behind his own net. Up the near side. Finds Rudy Burrs-Collins. Poked off his stick, though. Glove down by Veronin. Intercepted by Pearson. Less than half a minute to go in the frame. Veronin to the near side. Taken by Dexheimer. Centered for Pearson. Working 1-on-3. Knocked down to the ice, but into the offensive zone he goes. 15 seconds to go in the frame. It's sent into the Youngstown bench from the Youngstown zone, so that's where the faceoff will go with 13 seconds remaining in the frame. Queen leans in far side. Right behind him, Jack Olenek. Nestrasil inside. Everybody on the inside portion of the ice except for Xavier Veo. Olenek off the draw. Fires. Blocker save. Rebound in the corner. Comes up to the blue line for Veo, but chipped down the ice by Mikey Burchell. Bauer Berry meets the puck in his own zone. 1 second to go. Popped out in front. Nestrasil knocked it away. And that does for the first period. 1-0 the Jacks lead. We'll talk about when we come back for the first intermission report right here on Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
1 and the Phantoms 0. Shots on goal for the first period. Lumberjacks had 7 shots on goal. Youngstown also had 7 shots on goal. Recapping your first period, the Lumberjacks had 1 minor penalty totaling 2 minutes. Youngstown had no penalties called. The lone goal was scored at the 11:07 mark. Number 20, your captain, David Klee, potted his 10th goal of the season. He had a helper from number 9, David Deputy, and we had an add-on and assisted from number 4, Barrett Dexheimer. So Lumberjacks fans, that is your first period recap. All right, Jacks fans, we're going to send it down to Ezra on the ice for the ever-popular game of Jumbo Pong.
Thanks, Lee. Jacks fans, I'm here at center ice. We got a nice, fun game of Jumbo Pong. Now on this side, we got the fellas, Team Timber. Fellas, give everybody a wave. Say hello. Everybody give it up for Team Timber. And then we have the ladies, Team Jack. Ladies, wave to the crowd. Everybody give it up for Team Jack. They're playing a nice game of Jumbo Pong. Each team has 3 buckets. Whoever has no buckets left at the end, that's the loser. You want to eliminate the other team. Ladies first, 2 shots, 3 buckets. Go ahead. Go right ahead. Bang, off the rip, 1 bucket down. Go ahead and shoot that next one. Bang, 2 for 2. All right, fellas, your turn. You're going to get a lot of practice at this in college, I promise. Hey, come on. These kids are electric. Another one. Come on. It's a shootout. Ladies, you can put the pressure on Team Jack. 1 bucket remaining each side, off the lip. Off the lip again. Team Timber remains with 1 bucket. They can end the game right here. Basketball shot off the front of the rim. And Team Timber, guess what, guys? You're going home with a $25 gift card to IHOP. Congratulations.
Hey, Jacks fans, make sure you follow us on all of our social media platforms at Muskegon Jacks on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And don't forget to follow our TikTok at Muskegon Lumberjacks. And now, Jacks fans, it's time to take a look at the video board for your USHL standings. Standings are brought to you by Gilo, Groom, Terpstra, and McAvoy. GGTM is a unique law firm that concentrates its practice on the representation of businesses, business owners, and entrepreneurs. You can see the Jacks are in second place right now. Hey, are you curious about your heart health? Try our health risk assessment to get a snapshot of your potential heart risks. Visit trinityhealthmi.org/heart for more information. Hey, Jacks fans, the holiday weekend continues as the Jacks are back in action tomorrow afternoon to take on the Des Moines Buccaneers for a 3 p.m. matinee on Ugly Sweater Day. Tickets are just $10, so get your tickets, and we hope to see you right back here at Trinity Health Arena for more exciting Lumberjack hockey. Chuck-a-Puck has a wide range of prizes that makes it fun for the entire family. Prizes include 2 hours of golf simulation from Under Par Golf, a Lazy Boy recliner from Langlois, full bowling gear from Brunswick, and 2 oil changes from Benton. Chuck-a-Pucks can be purchased at the new team store located behind Section 102 until the end of the second period. Fans, please do not keep the Chuck-a-Pucks. They're not souvenirs. They are intended to be purchased and thrown on the ice. Thank you. Hey, our 50/50 has gone digital and is now accepting cash and card. Our Reading Caravan representatives are roaming the concourse for your chance to enter the 50/50 raffle. Proceeds from the 50/50 raffle go towards the Muskegon Lumberjacks Charitable Foundation, promoting literacy in Muskegon County. Be sure to ask Cindy or Melissa about the special deals you can receive on purchasing tickets. The students of Muskegon County, thank you for your support. And at this time, the Lumberjacks would like to recognize our groups in attendance tonight. Let's hear it for the Harris group. Hey, how about that Parker group? I see we have the Martin group here. and the Vogel Group. Thank you to all of our groups for coming out and supporting your Muskegon Lumberjacks this evening. Are you interested in upgrading your Lumberjacks hockey experience? Book a group outing today and enjoy the game from the comfort of our party decks or suites. Hanging out with your family, rewarding employees, or entertaining clients has never been so much fun. No group is too big or too small. We can accommodate anyone looking for a next level experience, so call the front office or visit our website to book your group outing today. Partnering with the Lumberjacks allows your brand to remain visible in the community and stand out from the competition. Interested in partnering with us? Call the Lumberjacks front office today. Hey, Jacks fans, can't make it to the game? We've got you covered. Join the voice of the Jacks, Ezra Janello, for every game on the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Flow Hockey is the official live stream partner of the USHL, as well as a free audio broadcast of the game on Mixlr. For all of your broadcast options, visit the media tab on our website, MuskegonLumberjacks.com.
Orthopedic Associates of Muskegon is the largest orthopedic practice on the Lakeshore. Our fellowship-trained sports medicine specialists will help you choose the best treatment for your injury. Whether that's a non-surgical approach like physical therapy, bracing, or pain management, or the latest surgical technique, you can be the active, healthy person you were meant to be. Call us today to make an appointment, or make an appointment online at oamkg.com. Orthopedic Associates of Muskegon.
All right, Jacks fans, check out the video board to see highlights from the first period. Lumberjack fans, get on your feet and welcome back to the ice for the second period. Your Muskegon Lumberjacks.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Never got to do a first intermission report. I got to be honest with you, there wasn't much to talk about in that first period. David Klee scored. It was a beautiful goal, his 10th of the season, 5th point this weekend. Vaslav Nestrasil and Jack Golanek on his line with him this weekend. Great first period for them. Great first period for the goalies, too, as a whole. Stephen Peck, 7 for 7. Melvin Strahl, 6 for 7. Shots obviously tied up at 7 apiece through that first 20-minute frame. The Jacks looking to extend their lead here in the middle stanza. They lead 1-0 as of right now. 7 games going on tonight in the USHL. That's really what we would have talked about during the first intermission report. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. None of the other games have really gotten started yet. Cedar Rapids and the NTDP close out their weekend series in Plymouth, while the Stampede visit the Tri-City Storm. Lincoln is in Fargo, while the Musketeers are in Omaha. Dubuque and Waterloo close out their 2-game home-and-home weekend series at Young Arena in Waterloo. And then Chicago and Madison, same deal, 2-game home-and-home weekend series. Last night in Madison, tonight in Chicago at the Fox Valley Ice Arena in Geneva, Illinois. It'll be Klee centering Golanek and Nestrasil. Dexheimer and Toll behind them for the Lumberjacks, who go right to left across your screens and radios this second period. Jakub Hess across from David Klee, who snaps it back, and here's Jake Toll. D to D for Dexheimer, ahead for Nestrasil. Sent down the ice. It was intercepted, but sent in by Klee. Houston to the far side, corner back to the near side. Finds Sobieski. Now here's Boucher in his USHL debut, though didn't skate in a rookie lap. Here comes Golanek to the offensive zone. Jack Golanek throws out in front. Glove down by Houston, and it trickled in on to Strahl, who was forced to swallow it up and hold on. First stoppage of the second period comes 27 seconds into it. No, we say that. There's no requirement to mention when the first stoppage comes. It's just a habit of mine. And I think it'd be a great sponsorship opportunity. The first stoppage presented by, if you think so, give us a call. Send me an email, EGENNELLO at MuskegonLumberjacks.com. We'd love to partner with you and your business. Here's Landon Resendez rocking a green stick from his time with the Cedar Rapids Rough Riders up until about 2 or 3 weeks ago. He was a Rough Rider. Here's David Deputy rocking an orange stick. Up until Sunday was a Lancer, but Lawrence, a lifetime Jackie scores! Tynan Lawrence, a Lumberjack through and through, gives his team a 2-0 lead. And you see him using that all-white CCM, a CCM athlete. I was talking with Eddie Duffy and Parker Severson, who's Duffy's equipment intern. Duffy, of course, the equipment manager. Pregame about Tynan Lawrence and the sticks, and Sasha Boisvert, who was in a very similar situation last year before, first-round draft pick, and now he's at North Dakota and all that fun stuff. So the guys are similar. And it's, does the stick have juice in it? And they're making sure they have the stick with the juice. Well, that one has some juice. Tynan Lawrence finds the back of the net for the 7th time this season. His 15th point, the future Boston Terrier. Here's Bannock. Up ahead for Slice to the near side. Finds Santilli. Fired, but turned aside by Peck. Now Galanic leads the rush. 2-on-2 with David Klee. Slice defending the forward. Galanic taps it wide. Near side of the blue line. Perry sends it back towards the goal, but wide as well. Now Jamison Slice to the near side. Looks for Mikey Burchell. Got a piece of it, so no icing, but it's also picked up by Perry and sent back down the ice for Lawrence to receive in the offensive zone. Nice move by Lawrence. Looks down for Stefanik, but it's pinned against the wall and played up for Burchell. Centered for Bannock. Plays the near side and finds Colson Hanrahan. Down the ice for Monroe, all the way down behind the net for Radivojevich to receive. He reverses for Xavier Veillot. On the near side, Chase Stefanik, your Belinda, California native. Pushed ahead for Deputy. They call him offside. And the pass is going to come way back to the Muskegon end. And now Hanrahan goes after Tynan Lawrence. Faceoff will be just in front of the Muskegon zone where the pass originated from. David Deputy was really just inches from being off to the races. Lawrence leans in across from Brecken Smith. One back by Lawrence. Now here's Veillot. Across for Radivojevich. Deputy takes a bump, but gets a piece of the puck and gets it deep. Now he's replaced by Van Blaricom. Near side wall, Veillot. In against it by Hanrahan. Looks to keep it in, but can't. It's forced out, and now here's Radivojevich. In his own zone, drops off for Xavier Veillot. To the far side, curls behind his net. Xavier up ahead for Van Blaricom. Takes a check from Hanrahan, but plays it ahead for Spitznagel, who gets it deep. Bourne and Spitznagel behind the net together. It comes out for Stewart. Popped out to the middle of the slot, and now Teddy Spitznagel turns and fires into the midsection of the netminder Strahl, and Bourne goes after MVB. Hanrahan comes in to help his D partner. And the group needs some separating thanks to the officials, and now Hanrahan getting talked to by the referee. We like to see Luca and Xavier get some assists on the goal from Tynan. Drew Stewart now on the ice. We talk about sticks. You'll see him rocking one of the orange Omaha Lancers sticks, borrowing it from David Deputy, as his new Lumberjack sticks are on the way. Remember, he snapped one in that first period on a face-off, and as icing's called, we're reminded that you're a victim of the supply chain sometimes. Well, if you're Drew Stewart, you're hoping that orange stick has a little bit of juice in it for you, just like Tynan's white stick had some juice for him. Drew leans in, inside Teddy, outside Matthew. That's Van Blaricom. MVB, they call him, wearing the double twos on his back. Watches Spitznagel throw a check. It comes up the near side. Good keep in by Toll. Spitznagel mucking it up in the area as well, but it squirts out. and it's sent down by Stengrim, no icing. Peck leaves it for Barrett Dexheimer. Reverse to the near side for Jake Toll. Chipped high in the air down the ice. It won't have enough juice for icing. Rather, it will. Nice long and slow strides from the extra defenseman tonight, Eric Frossard. Face off far side of the Jack zone. Stewart now across from Jakub Hess. That was rather Michael Messick, 18, not 28. But now it's Evan Jardine that leans in, the Bloomfield Hills, Michigan native. Here's another one of those Bloomfield Hills natives. That's Teddy Spitznagel. Near side of the neutral zone, sends it in, though his team executing a full 5-player line change. Almost a too many men on the ice call against the Jacks. Instead, here's Bauer Berry. Berry across the way finds Cooper Pearson. The offensive zone away from Jardine. Far side corner, pucks out for Gherkin. It goes off a body and back to the neutral zone for Clares to receive. Now Burrs Collins across the way for Pearson. Sobieski stepped up for it. Now engages in a battle with Pearson, who takes the puck and goes back for Berry. D-to-D with Clares far side. Danny Clares, the near side, finds Pearson. The offensive zone, but offside. Burrs Collins says, I was on. And the official agrees. It says it wasn't you, it was the other guy behind you. Klee, Galenic, and Nestrasil jump over the wall for the Jacks. Joining Berry and Clares. Danny Clares, a native of Minnetrista, Minnesota. Played high school hockey last year at Minnetonka. Committed to play college hockey at Notre Dame in the Big Ten. Here's Mikey Burchell, the uncommitted forward out of Illinois, met by Bauer Berry, and now Galenic can't clear it. Kept in by Slice. He fires into the glove of Peck, who holds on. Well, Stephen Peck has been hot all season for the Lumberjacks. It was really a pleasant surprise. I don't think anybody is really surprised by his strong play, but the fans, they really thought they were going to get a whole season worth of Shika Gaziev like they got when he was signed out of Slovakia last season. He played, I'd say, 80% of the games for the Lumberjacks in the second half of the season, but it's been an even split this year between Gaziev and Peck, and both guys are matching each other's energy. Here's Banach off a hand pass from Youngstown. So the faceoff will be just outside their end. 15:28 to go in the second. The latest Earn the Axe episode takes a deep dive into both Stephen Peck and Shika Gaziev, as well as the Lumberjacks goaltending coach Jamie Phillips, and all the success the netminding room has had this season here at Trinity Health Arena. Face-off won by the Phantoms. It's centered for Santilli, and now on the near side, Smith. Taken away by Radivojevic. Up for Burrs Collins, and now Cooper Pearson. Over the red line, sends in. Behind the net, here's Murphy. Far side corner, Santilli, and now Kuzma Voronin. Behind the net for Murphy, taken by Burrs Collins, and now Gherkin goes across the way. Luca steps in, now retreats back. Takes it in the neutral zone and plays on the near side for Gherkin, who gets it deep. Rudy gives chase on to Murphy. Carried up the far side. Voronin through the neutral zone. Taps past the defense. Xavier tapped it away from him. Harrison Smith left off for Brecken Smith. Smith, that's Harrison, goes across the way. Murphy fires. Peck makes the save. Rebound goes down to the corner for Burrs Collins to receive. Backwards for Toll. Now on the near side, Veo. Long stretch pass finds Cooper Pearson. One-on-one on Murphy. Pearson holds, fires through his feet onto the chest of Strahl, who holds on, sending us to our first media timeout of the second period. 14:23 to go in the middle stanza. 2-0 the Lumberjacks lead here on Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
You finally found the perfect car in racing blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Ask the Jervis Bethke Insurance Agency in Muskegon if auto owners make sense for you.
Keep going. More.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey, Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. A friendly reminder that this Muskegon Lumberjacks broadcast is brought to you in part by Auto Owners Assurance. For over 100 years, Auto Owners has been dedicated to the independent agency system. Get local support from somebody you know. Whether it's home, auto, life, or business, ask your independent agent if Auto Owners Insurance makes sense for you. Well, Jervis Fethke Insurance Agency, a wonderful partner of the Lumberjacks. We've got a couple of independent agents, including Waterstone Insurance, the in-ice sponsor in the visiting team zone during the first and third periods. Auto Owners Insurance, simple human sense. Lawrence leans in near side circle of the Phantom zone. That's the Jervis Fethke Insurance Agency zone. Here's Deputy. Near side half wall. And against it by the defenseman, that's Frassard. Now Lawrence battles for it down in the corner. It's played to the far side. Stefanik wins the race and cycles it back behind the net. Sobieski in the corner. Back to the far side for Frassard. Met by Stefanik, who takes it back behind the net. Pops out for Lawrence. It's taken back by Sobieski. Poked away by Stefanik. And this forecheck by the Lumberjacks really going to work. Kazimir Sobieski taps for Adam Banach. Big check by Deputy. Both guys stay on their feet. Well, here's Mikey Burchell. To the near side, goes off the wall, down to the corner. Here's Jake Toll. Gets it from Tynan Lawrence. Ahead for David Deputy. Over the red line, sends in. First one on it. Quentin Bourne. Scored last night in the final minute to bring the game back to within one, but the comeback fell short. Now it's carried in by Stengrim to the near side corner. Up top for Hanrahan and across the way for Bourne. Pushed down for Stengrim. Stewart. Knocked down from behind, though finds MVB. Here comes Spitsnagel. Joining the rush. Lance, 2-on-1. Spitsnagel far side. Throws out in front. It goes off the back glass and up the near side wall. Reese Lance racing to get back, while Boucher, another affiliate player, just sends it in for the Phantoms. Stephen Peck near side finds Teddy Spitsnagel on the wall. It's centered for Stewart. And now Spitsnagel starts the rush. The offensive zone. Teddy on his backhand makes a guy fall. Throws off the pad of Strahl. It's picked up by the defenseman Houston and sent back to the neutral zone. Here's Teddy once more. Wants to get it deep. Jardine won't let him. Instead, it's sent down to the Muskegon end. And Luka Radivojevic has to receive it. To the near side, Veo up the wall for Drabicki. Sent back in by Houston. Resendez was deep in the zone offside, so here comes Veo. Across the way, Radivojevic chips in onto Strahl. He'll put it in his back pocket and hold on. Shots this period for the Lumberjacks, 6. For the Phantoms, 2. Jacks have found the back of the net this period as well. Tynan Lawrence, his 7th of the year. Talked a lot about Youngstown and their pipelines in Michigan and Massachusetts. Of course, Ryan Kosecki, one of the general managers for the Phantoms, nearby to Muskegon, down in Grand Rapids, works with the Fox Motors youth program. Well, here's Radivojevic on the far side. Down low for Drabicki. He's a Michigan native, though he played at Victory Honda before making the jump to the USHL. Murphy to the far side wall. Chips it off the glass. Luka couldn't keep it in, but does find Stefanik, who keeps it to Pearson near side. Veo across the way, taken away by Monroe. Is shot high and wide. Radivojevic clears the zone. It's Murphy who receives it in the center ice. Sent back in off the back wall. Taken by Veronin. Up the far side to the near side. Santilli fires through a screen. No rebound to be had. It's swiped away by Drabicki. Ethan Drabicki. Poked away by Brecken Smith. Now Veo near side. Stefanik. Santilli backs up. Provides Stefanik some time and space. Cooper Pearson gets it. Sends it deep, full 5-player line. Change ensues for the Lumberjacks. Just about 9 minutes gone here in this second period. Here's Nestrasil looking to clear the zone and does. Starts the rush up the near side, but across the way finds David Klee. Off the wall for Galanik. Far side corner back to Klee to the blue line. It comes for Clares. Danny Clares near side. Berry. Down low for Nestrasil. Out for Galanik in the slot. Though is taken away by Slies. And now here comes Burchell. Ahead for Slies. Knocked away by Berry. Now Klee in his own zone up the wall. And Berry clears it the length of the ice. Nestrasil to the offensive end. Knocked down. Puck to the near side corner. Galanik comes over to help out. Carried up by Sobieski. Kept in, though, by Klee. Galanik across for Nestrasil. Tough angle, so he throws it back out in front. But it's picked up by Jamison Slies, who also has that orange Omaha stick, but with the purple tape. You could almost think it was designed for the Youngstown Phantoms. Here comes Lawrence leading a 2-on-1 rush. Lawrence far side on his forehand. Fires off the blocker. Rebound comes to Nestrasil. He turns and fires, but it's blocked by Jardine. Off the glass, down the ice, corralled by Barrett Dexheimer, the Edina, Minnesota native. Finds Jake Toll, and now here's David Deputy out of Gurnee, Illinois. Deputy over the center ice logo, leads the rush, kicks out for Dexheimer, far side, fired but blocked, gets it back in the corner. Now behind the net to the near side, Sobieski, the first one on it. Across the way, Chase Stefanik wins the race. Knocked down by a pair of white jerseys. Lawrence in the area. And against the wall by Messick. Puck comes out with Youngstown. It's played ahead for Landon Resendez. To the near side. Good poke by Toll. Sends the Jacks to their way. 2-on-1. Deputy drops off for the trailer. Lawrence fires, but blocked by Hanrahan. Played back up to the blue line for Radivojevic. He fires through traffic. It's held onto by Strahl. And now Hanrahan and Lawrence with some words for each other as we go to a media timeout. 8:58 to go in the second. Lumberjacks, they lead it 2-0 here on Flow Hockey. The Lumberjacks Hockey Network presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
Orthopedic Associates of Muskegon is the largest orthopedic practice on the Lakeshore. Our fellowship-trained sports medicine specialists will help you choose the best treatment for your injury. Whether that's a non-surgical approach like physical therapy, bracing, or pain management, or the latest surgical technique, you can be the active, healthy person you were meant to be. Call us today to make an appointment, or make an appointment online at oamkg.com.
NHLShop.com, the official online store of the National Hockey League, and the world's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear, with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics and all the latest styles for every NHL team. Don't miss out. Shop now and get today's special offer. NHLShop.com, a Fanatics experience.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey, Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Ezra Janello along with you. 8:58 to go in the second. Tynan Lawrence leans in. Far side circle of the Youngstown zone. You're also possibly tuning in, not just on Flow Hockey, the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, but also on Western Reserve Radio in Youngstown, the official radio station of the Phantoms. Far side corner, played up to the blue line. Deputy takes a hard bump on the wall. It's kept in, but now Stengrim holds possession. Deputy picks it up and sends it down low. Lawrence battles for it. His stick held up. It comes up the near side. Pearson in the area now, battling for it. A couple of Shattuck St. Mary alums, or alumni, the better word for it. Hess gets it down in the corner. Taken back by Youngstown, sent all the way down the ice. No icing, says the official. So here's Radivojevic. Up ahead for Kurt Gherkin. Luka leads the rush up the near side wall. Chips and retreats. He'll change while Burzkov takes it far side. Met by Cal Houston. Rudy using his body to knock Houston down. Leaves off for Pearson. It goes up top for Clares. Danny fires but blocked. That was Stengrim in the shooting lane. Now Colson Hanrahan goes off the glass. It takes a weird bounce and stays in with a little help from Gherkin. Hanrahan now enters the offensive half of the ice and sends it in. Danny clears the first one on it. Up the far side at the blue line. It's kept in by Bourne. Now Messick, far side half wall. Walks down to the goal line. It comes up off a skate to the neutral zone for a hand to receive. Messick got a piece of it. No icing. So it's Barry in his own zone, far side corner. Burchell there for the Phantoms. Dropped off for Messick. Looks out in front. And again, almost identical to his first centering attempt. It goes off a skate and down the ice. Bourne finds Santilli, far side of the Youngstown zone. Off the wall, no icing. Bannock wins the race to the Muskegon end. Here's Kuzma Verone in near side. Centers out in front. Slies couldn't pull the trigger. Got blocked by a Lumberjacks defenseman. Now Santilli does. They score. Jamison Slies, his first as a Phantom, brings the game back to within one. A redirection in front with 6:47 to go in the second period. Second of the season, 17th of his career here in game number 98 for the Western Michigan commit. Jamison Slies, his first as a Phantom, comes in a big moment. Klee leans in. The ensuing draw at center ice, though it's one back by Hess. Taken by Klee, though, to the offensive zone, and he gets it deep for Galanick to receive. Regained by Hess. Played to the near side for Resendez. Ahead finds Jardine. It goes off the glass in the Muskegon zone. Regained by Jake Toll, and D to D he finds Dexheimer far side. Barrett Dexheimer kicks it to his stick, fires a pass for Nestrasil. Comes back up the near side with Youngstown. Dexheimer in his own zone reverses for Toll. Near side glass to the neutral zone. It goes out of play. And so the face-off will either go into the Muskegon zone or, yep, it will. Well, that puck hit a fan in the stands right in front of the broadcast booth, so I had to just send a text real quick to our staff so someone can go attend to him. Hopefully he's okay. Well, here comes Vaslav Nestrasil. Met by Sobieski, who sends it back in. Behind the net, here's Xavier Veillot to the near side. Stretch pass finds Deputy. Icing is called. Deputy says he held on. The official wasn't watching. He jumped onto the Lumberjacks dasher board right by their bench. Deputy says, hey, man, I got a piece of it. Face off near side. Lawrence leans in. It was Brecken Smith across from him, but now it's going to be Mikey Burchell, and Youngstown, not really sure who they want to take the draw. Burchell across from Lawrence. One back. Stefanik near side, though it's intercepted by Messick and carried down to the corner. Taken down by Radivojevic. Here's Brecken Smith. Poked away by Lawrence. Takes a bump from Messick. Now Smith goes across the way for Murphy. 5:20 to go in the frame. They score again. It's another redirection. This time, Michael Messick. We're tied up at 2 apiece. Take a look at the replay. Shot from the blue line goes off of Messick in the low slot. Stick in the right spot. And he finds the back of the net. 20th game this season, 15th point, his 6th goal. Here's Kurt Gherkin, who started out as a Lumberjacks period, momentum-wise, has turned the way of the Phantoms. Pearson ahead for Rudy Burzcons to the offensive zone. Rudy cycles down low for Kurt Gherkin. Behind the net, Pearson battles across from Hanrahan. It comes out with Bourne. Up the far side, all the way down the ice. Icing is called. Face off the far side of the Youngstown zone. Pearson leans in, drops to a knee, but it's won back by Hess. Taken by Burzcons, though, on the wall. Taken back by Jardine. And now up ahead, here comes Resendez to the offensive zone. His centering attempt intercepted by Toll and pushed forward. Quentin Bourne receives it in the neutral zone. Ahead for Jardine, this time tapped below the Lumberjacks goal line. Exheimer met by Hess. Resendez comes in to help out. Stewart for the Lumberjacks. Right behind his former teammate. Stewart takes it to the near side corner. Off the near side glass, no. Back into the seating bowl, into the same section as before, though this one finds a seat. Well, I feel like it's as good as a time as ever to remind you that pucks do go out of play, and you should always be watching the game. Here comes Stewart to the offensive zone. Taken away by Youngstown. Bannock over the center ice logo to the far side. Slides, gets it deep. Bannock, far side corner. Throws out to the near side. Kazimir Sobieski works down to the corner. Met by Gherkin. Toll in the area. Wants to clear it, but can't. Gets it back near side corner. Sends up the glass down the ice. Is it on target of the net? It isn't. So icing is called with 3:25 to go in the second period. You know, I used to work for a baseball team. I was the promotions coordinator for a team back in New Jersey. And our number one rule, over anything else, it wasn't don't be seen on your cell phone. It wasn't be where you need to be on time. Our number one rule was if you are in the seating bowl or you're in one of the gate sections, if you're anywhere, you are always watching the game because foul balls come in hot and you have to have really good reaction time to either dodge it or catch it, and that's if you're paying attention. Similar situation. There is the glass, but pucks come out of play hot, and you got to be watching the game. Have a good time, but be mindful. Here's Messick. Sends back to the Muskegon zone. Veilleux receives it. D to D finds Jake Toll on the near side. Up to the blue line for Spitznagel. Takes a hard check, but also finds Drew Stewart. Stewart finds Veilleux. He fires, blocked down. Spitznagel picks it up. Works down the far side. Leaves off for Stewart in the corner. Now at the blue line, it's Veilleux. Xavier walks the blue line, fires, blocked again, but it goes to Van Blaricom. Now down the ice, Messick takes away the puck. Works on alone. Messick to his forehand. Nice save made by Stephen Peck. Face off on the far side. Sees David Klee lean in. Klee across from Jakub Hess, future Omaha, Nebraska men's hockey player. Face-off won by Klee. Clares reverses to Barry behind the net. Up to Galanic near side, across the way. Nestra Hill, plenty of time and space, enters the offensive zone, drops off for Klee. Back down low for Nestra Hill. Klee gets it back. Up top, Bauer Barry. One-time shot, redirected. Loose at the top of the crease. It's swiped away by Sobieski. Far side corner taken by Stengrim. Now is the defenseman Houston. Intercepted by Klee to the offensive zone. He skates, drops off. Galanic fires. He scores. David Klee's 6th point of the weekend. An assist on Jack Galanic's goal. And the Jacks take a 3-2 lead with 2 minutes to go in the second period. Take a look at the MLive replay. The drop pass almost didn't work. Klee intercepted a pass to the neutral zone. Dropped off for Galanic, and he put it underneath the glove of Melvin Strahl. And this third line for the Lumberjacks, they've been hot all weekend long. His 6th goal of the season, 14th point, 6th point of the weekend for David Klee. Veronin plays across to the far side. Comes up top. Here's Hanrahan to the near side. Sends it down low behind the net. Barrett Dexheimer takes it away. Ahead for David Deputy. Down through the ice. Here comes Lawrence. In the area with Adam Banach, who takes it back. Finds Jamison Slies, and it's sent into the offensive zone. Dexheimer to Toll on the near side. Chipped high in the air through the neutral zone. Gloved down by Bourne. Almost threw the puck, but it's taken by Deputy. And now recovered by Hanrahan in his own end. Here's Banach to the offensive zone. Banach fires it to the far side corner. Bourne drops down for it. Knocked away by Barrett Dexheimer. Battle ensues for the puck. It's taken by Slies, who's pinned against the wall by Lawrence. Now Bauer Barry ahead for Stefanik. Reverses back to Barry on the wall. Centered for Lawrence. He'll start the rush. Glove down by Hanrahan. Hand pass called by the official. And so the face-off will stay in the neutral zone. Now Hanrahan knocks down Tynan Lawrence. And if there's anything that's going to get the attention of the Lumberjacks, it's that. And Hanrahan's going to go to the box for it. He's been going after Tynan Lawrence all night. Now he crosses the line and sends the Jacks on the power play. A 2-minute minor for unsportsmanlike conduct for the Phantoms captain. Take a look at the replay here. It comes after the whistle. Watch Hanrahan just listen, it's a style of play that works, and that's Colson Hanrahan, the Longmeadow, Massachusetts native. Get under the guy's skin, right? And you got to make it look effortless and like you're not doing anything. Just there with Lawrence falling down, it's very apparent, and the Jacks go on the power play. Up top, Radivojevic fires a shot in and out of the glove, then back into the glove of Melvin Strahl, who holds on. And I'm sure Hanrahan's going to get some words from some Lumberjacks in the third period after he comes out of the box. 37 seconds to go in the period. Lawrence up front with Klee and Stefanik. Veo and Radivojevic behind him. David Klee will take the draw. He's across from Brecken Smith. Two guys will play college hockey in the NCHC. Smith at Miami, Ohio. Klee at North Dakota. Won by Smith. Stefanik has it. It's pinned against the wall by Sobieski. Up top, Radivojevic fires, redirected, but wide. 25 seconds to go in the period, and it's sent all the way down the ice. Peck leaves it for Radivojevic. Time for one more rush down the ice this period. 15 seconds to go. Here comes Radivojevic. Keeps it himself. Nice move up the near side to the offensive zone. Luka drops off for Klee. Fires off the shoulder of the netminder Straw. 4 seconds to go in the period. Dropped off for Radivojevic, but that'll do it for the frame. Both teams strike in the period. The Lumberjacks, they take a 3-2 lead to the second intermission. We'll talk about it when we come back here on the Lumberjacks Hockey Network and Flow Hockey presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
And the score after 2 periods, your Lumberjacks 3 and the Phantoms 2. Shots on goal for the second period. The Lumberjacks had 12 shots on goal for a 2-period total of 19. Youngstown had 7 shots on goal for a 2-period total of 14. Recapping your second period, the Lumberjacks had no penalties called. Youngstown had 1 penalty called, totaling 2 minutes. Goals were scored first by your Lumberjacks at the 45-second mark. Number 11, Tynan Lawrence, potting his 7th tally of the season. He had a helper from number 28, Luka Radovojevich, and number 9, David Deputy. Youngstown came back with the next 2 goals, first one coming at 13-13. Number 91, Slies, with an assist from number 2, Santilli. And Youngstown scored again at 16-42. This time, number 18, Messick, with an assist from number 14, Murphy, and number 39, Smith. And the final tally came at the 18-minute mark. Number 18, Jack Galanick, with his 6th goal of the season. He had a helper from number 20, David Klee. And Lumberjacks fans, that is your second period recap.
You're welcome. Let's see if Preston can do it. Got to be closer.
Timber's out there ready. The birthday boy from last night, Preston, looks ready. Parker looks ready. I just need the thumbs up from Kelvin, which I just got. So here we go, Jacks fans. It's time for tonight's Chuck-a-Puck. Chuck those pucks, and if someone has the perfect chuck, we'll announce the winner at the conclusion of tonight's Chuck-a-Puck. Still looking for a winner this year, so here we go. 3, 2, 1. Chuck those pucks. Again, the pucks are not souvenirs. Please throw them all on the ice if you bought one. And also as a reminder, Timber is not a target. You get nothing for hitting Timber. We do want to thank our sponsors for Chuck-a-Puck. Langlois Furniture for the Lazy Boy Recliner. Under Par Golf for 2 hours of golf simulation. Brunswick for full bowling gear. And Benton for 2 free oil changes. I think we're close on Langlois, but I don't think we have one, do we, Kelvin? Doesn't look like it. So close, but yet so far. It's a new dance. It's called the Timber Chuck-a-Puck Dance. It will be available on DVD. Well, looks like all the pucks are coming out. I don't see a winner, I don't think, so we're going to count it down in 3, 2, 1. And the Hounds came out and did a great job cleaning up again. And we do have a winner, our first one this year. Puck number 508. You've won Langlois Furniture Lazy Boy Recliner. Puck 508. Bring your puck number to the new team store located behind section 102 to claim your prize. Congratulations. One more time, puck 508. And the goal is always to have the pucks picked up before the song ends. We've accomplished it. If you've not gotten your 50-50 raffle tickets, now is the time. This is the last call for 50-50 tonight. Look for our Reading Caravan representatives who are roaming the concourse selling tickets. Proceeds from the 50-50 raffle go towards the Muskegon Lumberjacks Charitable Foundation, promoting literacy in Muskegon County. Be sure to ask Cindy or Melissa about the special deals you can receive on purchasing tickets. The students of Muskegon County, thank you for your support. My last update has us at $1,400. Still time to buy some more. Raise that jackpot and help the students of Muskegon County. Global Merchant Services is dedicated to creating winning partnerships and ensuring long-term profitability for the mutual benefit of all stockholders, staff, and clients. Global Merchant, handling all of your credit card processing needs. And now, once again, it's time to take a look at the video board for your USHL standings. Standings are brought to you by Gilo, Groom, Terpstra, and McAvoy. GGTM is a unique law firm that concentrates its practice on the representation of businesses, business owners, and entrepreneurs. And we'd like to take this moment to thank our friends over at Orthopedic Associates of Muskegon for their efforts in keeping our players healthy and ready to compete each and every night. Having a primary care provider is more important than ever. With nearly 800 providers in West Michigan, Trinity Health has you covered. Find a provider who is accepting new patients at trinityhealthmichigan.org/primary care for more information. Hey, what do you say, Jacks fans? It's time again tonight. Let's hear it for our Ace Hardware Ice Crew. Each and every game, they ensure our ice is kept in pristine condition. Thank you to Big John as he drives by on the Olympia ice resurfacing machine and all of the Ace Hardware Ice Crew. And this season, Jacks fans, you can show off your Lumberjack pride with the exclusive Lumberjacks debit card from Family Financial Credit Union. Users will be eligible for Rink rewards throughout the season. To get your Lumberjack debit card, head to your local FFCU branch. Hey, we've got a couple of birthday shout-outs tonight. What do you say? Let's give it up. Happy sweet 16th birthday to Kennedy. Also, happy 29th birthday to Lindsay. Thanks, Kennedy and Lindsay, for spending your special day with the Lumberjacks this evening. Benton is giving away a brand new Husqvarna ST124 snowblower. Visit any Benton location to register to win. The drawing for the snowblower, valued at $900, is on December the 14th. No purchase is necessary to enter.
We first opened during the Great Depression, and we've been open for over 85 years now, through everything that's come our way. We've stayed open by working to make life easier, better, and fresher, by making a real difference in the communities we serve, and by being the kind of place where your money always goes a little further. That's why we're open. Come see for yourself.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Ask the Jervis Bethke Insurance Agency in Muskegon if auto owners make sense for you.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Hey there, Lumberjacks fans. Meteorologist Blake Hansen. As you head home from the game, temperatures quite mild for early December. Actually, will be remaining in the upper 30s to lower 40s much of the nighttime hours. Now, we'll still continue that breeze out of the south and west. So when you factor in the wind, it'll feel more like the upper 20s to lower 30s. But again, tonight's forecast will fall to around 37 for the nighttime low under a mostly cloudy sky. And the wind will start to relax as the night goes on, and especially through tomorrow. Your 13 on your side, 7-day forecast. Yeah, we'll continue that early December thaw. Sunday and the Monday, 40s, both of those days. Small chance of rain Monday morning. Yeah, just rain before some cooler air funnels back into the Great Lakes region. Wednesday and Thursday, it'll be cold enough for another round of lake effect snow. You can find the complete forecast on our website, 13onyourside.com. In the meantime, go Lumberjacks.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Ezra Janello along with you. Lumberjacks, they lead 3-2 after 2, looking for their second win of this 3-game weekend. Tomorrow they take on the Des Moines Buccaneers at 3 p.m. right here at Trinity Health Arena. Third and final game of the weekend. But it's all about the next 20 minutes ahead of us. The final 20 minutes of this weekend series against the Youngstown Phantoms. And you start it not just with a 3-2 lead, but with a minute and 12 seconds of power play time. But let's talk about that last 20 minutes. 45 seconds into it, Tynan Lawrence made the Jacks lead grow to 2-0. His 7th of the year, assisted by Radovojevic and Bayo. And at 13-13, Jamison Sly is his first goal as a Phantom. Second goal of the season, assisted by Luke Santilli, cut the deficit in half. A redirection in front. Before just about a minute and a half later, Michael Messick did the same thing. A redirection in front to find the back of the net. His 6th goal of the year, assisted by Carter Murphy and Brecken Smith. That tied the game up at 2 apiece. But then at the 18-minute mark of the frame, Jack Golanik's 6th of the year made it 3-2 Jacks. A nice assist from David Klee. Now has 6 points on the weekend. 2 tonight, a goal and an assist, a goal and 3 assists last night in the Lumberjacks 4-3 win. It's 3-2 heading to the third. Jacks will have 1 minute and 12 seconds of power play time remaining on the unsportsmanlike conduct from Colson Hanrahan, the 19-12 mark of the period. He went after Tynan Lawrence and just crossed the line a little bit. He's played good tonight, though. You saw that latest block shot on the M-Live replay. Let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard in the USAHL. The 18s lead the Rough Riders 2-1 at USA Hockey Arena in Plymouth. Will Moore, both goals for the NTDP. Amin Hajibi finding the back of the net for the Rough Riders. The Jacks will take on the 18s on Wednesday morning at 10:30 a.m., the Kids' Day game at USA Hockey Arena. Sioux Falls and Tri-City in Kearney at the Viero Center, or rather Kearney, Nebraska. They're tied up at 1 apiece through 20 minutes. Artemi Nizimeyev, another goal. The USHL league leader in points and goals strikes again. Javon Moore, I believe on his birthday, finding the back of the net. While over in Fargo, the Force tied up at 2 apiece with the Lincoln Stars through their first 20 minutes. Markinitis, lefty Markinitis, both goals for the Stars. It's Shelter and Bumgardner who fired to the back of the net for the Force. Omaha leads 2-0 at home through the first period over the Sioux City Musketeers. Brian Lonergan and Grant Dillard find in the back of the net. Well, it's 2-2 after 1 in Waterloo between the Hawks and Fighting Saints. Colin Frank, Charlie Aaron find in the back of the net. Sam Huck and Caden Hawkins, the goal scorers for the Blackhawks. The nightcap that has yet to get started. Still about 15 minutes before puck drop from Geneva at the Fox Valley Ice Arena. The Chicago Steel and Madison Capitals close out their 2-game weekend home and home series. Well, the boos were for the Phantoms. Enter Sandman, starts playing on the speakers, and the Jacks make their way back onto the ice for the third period. Don't go anywhere. Puck drop comes up when we come back here on Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Welcome back into Flow Hockey, Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces, as well as Western Reserve Radio for some of our Phantoms fans tuning in. Back home in Youngstown, Jacks won't be in Youngstown for a little while. It's actually the first trip out of the holiday break. December 27th, the Jacks visit the Covelli Center for the first time this year. They're on the power play to start the third period. $1:12 remaining on the Mackenzie Price power play. They send out David Klee, Tynan Lawrence, and Chase Stefanik, joined by Luka Radivojevic and Xavier Veillot. Face-off won by the Jacks. Stefanik sends to the near side corner. Brecken Smith, the first one on it, plays to the far side. It's not able to be kept in by Veillot, but picked up by Radivojevic in the Muskegon zone. Curling away from the forecheck of Mikey Burchell. He centers for Veillot, who leads the rush. Kicks out for Klee. Has it on the far side wall. Plays back for Lawrence. Now gets it back. Down for Veillot. Cycled for Klee behind the net. Stefanik now with it. Back to Klee. And up to the wall at the blue line. It comes for Veillot. Now down for Tynan Lawrence. Fired off the back wall to the near side. Stefanik up for Radivojevic. Away from Burchell. Fires off the upper portion of Brecken Smith. It comes to Klee. He turns and fires wide. Veillot couldn't keep it in. And it trickles down to the Muskegon zone with 20 seconds to go on the power play. Radivojevic, he'll lead the rush. 1-on-4 to the offensive zone. Fires it into the glove of Melvin Strahl, who holds on. First stoppage of the period. 60 seconds into it. 13 seconds to go on the Mackenzie Price power play. Jake Toll, Danny Clares behind Stewart, Spitznagel, and Van Blaricom. Shots are 20-14 in favor of the Lumberjacks. We're 19-14 before. They're bringing the face-off down the ice. No, they're asking for the drill to work on the net. There's something going on in the crease. They're not looking for a drill. They're looking to work on the ice in Melvin Straw's crease. And while they do that, we'll see if we can't send things over to one of our other games going on in the USHL tonight. What looks the most appealing? Who's in action? You know what? No one's in action. Everybody else is in a intermission. So we'll hang out here. What do you want to talk about? You want to talk about how awesome the month of November was for the Lumberjacks, for the Phantoms as well? It was a phenomenal month. The Phantoms, they won 9 straight games entering this weekend. Jacks, of course, picked up the win last night. The officials say they have done enough on the crease, so we're good to go. The Lumberjacks, I'd say they benefited the most out of this extended period of time. It gave Lumberjacks assistant coach Evan Trupp an opportunity to draw up a face-off play with 13 seconds to go on the power play. Melvin Straw takes a look at it. Does he like it? Maybe he's not so sure about it just yet. Patting down some snow in the crease. And he says, you know what? We're good to go. He approves. It's important. The playing surface has to be pristine. And I'd say 99% of the time it is in all the USHL facilities. And when it's not, you have very talented off-ice staffs that work to get it back to that 100%. Faceoff was won by the Phantoms, taken by Toll, and now here's MVB back to the offensive zone. Fires off the back wall. Stewart fires it back out in front. No one home to receive it. So now here comes Kuzma Veronin. Across the way for Hess. Met by Jake Toll. He blows a tire. Toll behind the net to the near side. Looks for Van Blaricombe, but instead finds Resendez. Taken back by Toll. Played off the glass. Weird carom off the stanchion. And so it comes back to him in front of his own goal. Teddy Spitznagel takes a bump but finds Van Blaricombe. The two work together to get the puck down the ice so the Jacks can finish their line change. Galanic jumps on, joined by Nestrasil and Burzkons, who's knocked down by Resendez. Carried to the offensive zone by Adam Bannock. Played out back door. Slice tapped it wide of the cage. Here's Jack Galanic on the far side. Finds Burzkons, tapped off the wall, intercepted by Bourne, and now here comes Bannock to Slice near side. Jamison Slice drops off for Murphy, fires wide of the cage. Slice on the far side, met by Rudy Burzkons. To the slot for Murphy, he fires into the glove of Peck. Stephen Peck was halfway between the top of the crease and the bottom of the hash marks to make the save, taking away every possible angle. And he holds on for his stoppage with 17:37 to go in regulation. Brecken Smith leans in. Burchell outside. Jardine inside. Murphy on the back end with Cal Houston. Jacks win the draw, though. Radivojevic and Veillot behind Pearson, Gherkin, and Drabicki. Houston to the near side. Murphy fires a shot. Smith providing the screen, but able to find it and turn it aside with Stephen Peck. Chip down the ice for Gherkin to receive. The two 12s come together in the near side corner. Gherkin pins Houston against the wall. Puck comes out with Brecken Smith. And now Houston to the far side. Sends off the glass down the ice. Icing is waved off. They say Jardine was close enough to win the race. Radivojevic plays up the near side. Pearson catches the puck in stride. Looks to center it, but is taken away by Mikey Burchell. Now Radivojevic taps for Drabicki. The Jacks start another line change. Up the near side, Barrett Dexheimer keeps it in. Bourne sends it back out. Dexheimer receives. Across the way, here's Toll. Ahead for Tynan Lawrence, the offensive zone. Fires a hard shot, shouldered away by Strahl. Can't tell if a strap had come undone on his mask. He's got something black hanging from the side of it, and it looks like one has. Instead, play continues, though. He hasn't told any of the officials. So Dexheimer has it in the far side corner of his own zone. Wrapped around the near side wall. Deputy takes it at the blue line. Centers ahead for Lawrence. 2-on-2 to the offensive zone. Lawrence plays out in front between the feet of Stefanik. Gets it back on the far side. Tynan Lawrence poked out of the zone by Veronin. Stepped up by Bauer-Berry, who sends it back in. And here's Sobieski in his own end. To the near side for Michael Messick. Pushed behind the net for Barry to receive. Bourne looks to keep it in and does. Fires a shot as well. It's into the glove of Peck, who holds on. Face-off will go to the far side. Spitznagel, Van Blaricom, and Stewart up front. Messick, Smith, and Burchell for Youngstown. Smith will take the draw. So will Drew Stewart. 15:48 to go in the third. Shots 21-17 in favor of the Jacks. But here's Santilli. Pushes down, and now behind the net is Brecken Smith. Centers for Burchell. Up top, here's Murphy. Back to Burchell near side. Fires from the top of the circle. Kick save by Pack, and here's Brecken Smith. Walks the blue line. Fires, big rebound. Comes to the near side for Messick. Burchell taps it onto Pack, and he's able to close his legs and hold on. Well, new units for both sides. Veo and Radivojevic joined by Golanek, Klee, and Nestrasil for the Jacks. Sobieski and Houston joined by Hess, Resendez, and Monroe for Youngstown. Hess and Klee for the draw. Near side of the Jacks zone. One back by David Klee. Here's Luka Radivojevic. For Xavier Veo, now Jack Golanek ahead for David Klee. Played to the near side. Clean knockdown. Puck goes to the corner. Sobieski receives and carries across the way. Up for Hess. Met by Klee. Sent back down towards the goal line in the Youngstown end. Here's Sobieski near side. Looks for Houston. Finds him. And it's tapped to the offensive zone by Youngstown. David Klee on the wall. Kicks it towards the blue line. It's fired, but deflected high. Now Veo looks to clear it and does. He finds Golanek. Back for Veo and across the way. Here's Radivojevic. Returns the D-to-D pass. Xavier looking at his options. Goes up the middle of the ice and finds Rudy Burskolns, who's knocked down. Regained by Sobieski. To the far side. Hard check by Nestrasil on Banach. Puck comes in the near side corner for Youngstown. Rudy Burskolns picks it up. Pearson spins, but knocked down by Bourne. So it's taken by Hanrahan, who finds Bourne near side. Barrett Dexheimer in his own zone, off for Cooper Pearson. Centers for Rudy Burskolns, and now it's hinged backwards for Jake Toll. Looks up the middle of the ice, and the near side finds Burskolns. He sends it deep. Hanrahan, the first one on it, met by Cooper Pearson. The two go down to the ice together. Slice takes the puck to the far side. Looking down the ice, he chips it high in the air. Veronin had it for a moment, but he's stripped by Bauer-Berry. Now Danny Clares up for Burskolns. Regained by Bourne in his own zone. Given away to Clares in the neutral zone. Bauer-Berry up the middle of the ice. Intercepted by Slice. Carried in by Banach. Onside. No, off, says the official. Sending us to our first media timeout of the second. Don't go anywhere. It's a one-goal game here on Flow Hockey and Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
You finally found the perfect car in Racing Blue. You even got them to throw in the LED fog lights for free. Auto Owners insures your car because some people never learn to parallel park. That's simple human sense.
Ask the Jervis Fethke Insurance Agency in Muskegon if auto owners make sense for you.
Keep going. More. No, stop!
Got the city Christmas tree on the street. Let's hear it here at the Health Arena. I see your penis look there. So I speak from you. For a smile that can share tonight. It goes on and on and on and on. Strangers waiting.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Ezra Janello along with you. 13:27 to go in the third. Shots are separated by one in favor of the Lumberjacks, 21-20. It's also the score separated by one in favor of the Lumberjacks, 3-2. Lawrence leans in for the draw, though it's won back by Brecken Smith and now sent in by Luke Santilli. Behind the net, Xavier Veo, taken away by Messick. Regained by David Deputy. Across the way for Lawrence. Kicks it down the ice. Santilli and Murphy behind the net, but it's taken by Lawrence. Played to Messick near side, kept in by Radivojevic. Lawrence down in the corner, works up the wall, now cycles down low for Deputy. To the far side. Deputy to the blue line for Veo. Fires high and wide, but it must have just been to get it deep. Here's Murphy behind his net. Plays to the near side, up the wall for Messick. Pushed down the ice. Birchall wins the race, near side corner. Hit hard by Veo, allowing Lawrence free possession. Now Radivojevic cycles it backwards for him. Veo will slow things down as the Jacks start a line change. 4 new bodies, 8 new legs on the ice. Spitsnagel, Van Blaricom, and Dexheimer on. Veo is still out there. Stewart on as well. Puck goes off as Stephen Peckin out of play. Face-off will stay in the Jack zone. Veo replaced by Toll. Jardine up front with Hess and Resendez. It's Bourne and Hanrahan behind him. Hess across from Stewart for the draw. Won by Drew Stewart. It's taken by Barrett Dexheimer and played across the way. Spitsnagel with some time and space enters the offensive zone. The near side it comes for Dexheimer. Dropping down, Resendez had it for a moment. Barrett takes it back, but now it's Jakub Hess. Stewart comes in to help out. Future Notre Dame men's hockey player. Carries the neutral zone and finds Spitsnagel to the offensive corner. Behind the net, Stewart. Net comes over top of the netminder. And it's not even Teddy's fault, and he takes a cross check to the mouth. That was Hess who went after Spitsnagel. And the party goes to the corner. We'll watch the replay here. Spitsnagel takes a bump. There's a battle that ensues behind the net. Hess pushes Spitsnagel into the net and then gives him a shove while he's laying on his backside. I know I made you do it, but I didn't like that you did it, so I'm going to push you. Doesn't make sense to me, but it doesn't have to make sense to me. It's also two teams that really don't like each other, so nothing makes sense when that's the case. Face-off comes out of the zone, and now we're going to have to do more work on the crease that belongs to Melvin Strahl this period. As the drill makes its way down the ice, we get to make our way to another one of the games going on around the USHL. Let's send things. Let's send things over to Waterloo, where the Blackhawks and Dubuque Fighting Saints go at it at Young Arena. Dubuque, the only team ahead of the Lumberjacks in the USHL's Eastern Conference. We'll be right back here in Muskegon.
Waterloo sent it behind his net to Bogus. Headman pass, looking to hit a home run to Orlowski. It's going to go for icing.
Second period, score tied at 2. Shots 18-8 in favor of the Blackhawks. And the Saints, we talked about it a little bit down the middle. They're shorthanded tonight. They're missing 4 of their 5 top faceoff men in this game. Merrill, Spicer, Morello, and Ruohonen. All the top 4 faceoff percentages among those who have taken a majority of them on the team. Charlie Aaron, the only regular centerman playing in this game tonight for the Saints. So,
welcome back into Muskegon and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Josh Starr, voice of the Fighting Saints, who were here in Muskegon last week, taking on the Waterloo Blackhawks in Young Arena. David Klee leans in. Hess wins it back. Now on the far side, it's Cal Houston. Resendez taps it down the ice. Peck plays in the near side corner, collides with his own guys, so here's Jardine. The blue line for Sobieski. Away from Nestrasil. Sobieski still has it, far side, fires onto Peck. Patted away. Now Bauer Berry looks to clear the zone. He does. He throws the puck into the seating bowl. Well, he threw the puck into the Lumberjacks bench. Now Parker Burgess throws the puck into the seating bowl. The faceoff comes out of the zone with 11:13 to go in regulation. Lawrence across from Hess now. Tied and joined by Deputy and Stefanik. Deputy to the offensive end of the ice. Chips the puck where Houston receives it. On the far side, Jardine back for Resendez. Taken away by Stefanik. Joined by Deputy in the area, who plays in the middle of the ice. Sobieski now receives it. Pushed down to the far side, corner of the Jacks end. Bauer Berry to Danny Clare's near side. Back to Bauer Berry. Bauer ahead for Tynan Lawrence. Chipped high in the air. Comes bouncing into the Youngstown zone. Stefanik takes it away from Murphy. Chase Stefanik. Fires across the way. Veo to the near side corner for Lawrence. Poked off his stick. It comes up the wall with Jamison Slice. Over the red line now, the blue. Across the far side, Slice fires on his forehand. Nice save by Peck. Puck goes out of play. Face off on the far side. 10:16 to go in regulation. Jack's zone. David Klee, the captain, leans in. He's got 2 points tonight, 6 on the weekend. Possibly a USHL Forward of the Week honor coming his way Monday morning with another game to go this weekend. The offensive zone. Galanic knocked down. Puck goes behind the net. It's carried by Murphy to the near side. Ahead for Messick. Centered for Burchell, but taken by Nestrasil. Now Klee in his own zone. Taken back by Smith and sent down and around near sidewall. Messick couldn't pull the trigger, fanned on it, but keeps it in. Nestrasil now down the ice for Klee. At the red line, centers for Galanic, one-on-one. Working on Santilli, forced to the near side, finds Nestrasil the shot, he scores! What a pass from Jack Galanic. What a shot from Václav Nestrasil. That was a beautiful centering pass from Jack Galanic, but a rocket ship of a shot from Václav Nestrasil, and the Jacks lead 4-2 with 9:39 to go in regulation. Take a look at the M-Live replay. David Klee, a hard centering pass for Galanic, who carried to the near side. He was forced there by Santilli, but found Nestrasil in the middle of the slot. And Vaslav, a rocket ship to the far corner of the net. And the Jacks, they lead by 2 once more. Sent in onto Peck. He plays it to the near side corner where Banach and Slice work for the Phantoms. It was Veo and Radivojevic for the Jacks. It comes back down to Banach. A nice move to his backhand. Now on his forehand finds Slice. Peck forced to make a save, but does. Now Banach, far side corner, met by Veo. Taken by the Islanders draft pick, kept in by Hanrahan. And now chipped out of the zone by Rudy Burzkalns. Hanrahan, near side down the ice. Now Veronin. By the way, that's the 7th point of the weekend for David Klee on the secondary assist. Here comes Stewart. Kept in the zone, though, by Slice. Near side, Banach blows a tire. But it comes back in now with Landon Resendez. Taken by Danny Clares to the near side, Luka Radivojevic. Centers for Teddy Spitznagel. Spitznagel to the near side corner behind the net. Taken away by Jardine. Now here's Van Blerikamp. Way to the middle of the ice. A couple of bodies going down. It's kept in by MVB, but now Santilli clears the zone. Throws a check on to Spitznagel, who shakes it away. Sent the puck to the offensive zone. Taken away by Stewart. Carries to the slot. Stewart finds it near side. Turns and fires. But a pad save from Strahl. Sends it to the near side wall. It's shipped high in the air. Glove down at the center ice logo by Barry. Played back in by Van Blerikamp. They call the Jacks offside with 7:57 to go in regulation. 4-2 they lead. We'll be right back here on Flow Hockey and the Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces.
The wait is almost over.
This crowd is ready for hockey.
The world's best players take the ice to compete for their country. International Best on Best Hockey comes to Boston as Bruin stars Brad Marchand of Team Canada and Charlie McAvoy of Team USA compete to see which hockey nation will reign. Canada, Finland, Sweden, USA. The Four Nations face-off. Get your tickets today.
Is Gen Z the laziest generation?
Yeah. We don't work hard.
We expect big promotions right away.
We're addicted to screen time. So worried about self-care. And we don't adhere to dress codes. We always want everything handed to us. Kids these days.
Welcome back into Flow Hockey, Lumberjacks Hockey Network, presented by Lakeside Surfaces. Ezra Janello along with you, 7:57 to go. The Lumberjacks, they lead by 2. It's 4-2. Vaslav Nestrasil's second goal of the weekend. Third point. They get his fourth point. Sorry, here's Deputy. He fires. Blocked in traffic. It's played to the far side. Deputy got it back for a moment, but it's forced out by Burchell, working on Jake Toll in the Jack zone. Burchell leaves off for Brecken Smith. Toll from his knees poked it away, and now here come the Jacks. It's kept in by Smith. Way back behind the net for Toll to receive. He takes a bump, but keeps the puck. Now it's Smith once more. Met by Stefanik. Tied in Lawrence now. Out to Stefanik to the blue line. It's forced to the neutral zone where Veronin regains it. Dexheimer steps up, finds David Deputy. At the red line, works to the near side. It's poked back to his own zone, though. Drops off for Radivojevic. Luka to the near side for Veo. Up the wall for David Klee. Continued for Nestrasil. Vaslav blows a tire. Comes up the near side wall with Banach, but kept in by Clean. Cycled down low. Nestrasil met by Santilli. Now Galenic shot shoulder to side by Strahl. Veronin continues the other way. Hard check by Klee onto Veronin. Icing is called against the Phantoms. Oh, and just like last week, the Lumberjacks and last night sent fans home with free steak from the meat block. We all know how I feel about the meat block promotion. If you don't, Let me just say it's the best promotion in junior hockey, and it's quite simple. Free steak. If the team scores 4 goals, not only does your team get 4 goals, but you get free steak too. It does not get better than that. Clee fires just wide of the cage on the near side. Here's Galanic up top for Clares. Clares fires, redirected by a phantom and almost to the back of the net. But here comes Veronin. He stood up by Bauer Berry. Now here's Danny Clares. Long stretch pass finds Nestrasil. Voslov, a nice move going down to the ice. Sobieski said he got caught by a stick upstairs, but play continues. Resendez far side. Making a trip around his zone. Chooses the near side. Over the red line. Now the blue line to the middle of the ice. Met by Gherkin, but still has it. Cycles it down the wall. To the near side. Cal Houston holds and fires. Stephen Peck makes the save and holds on too. And he gets a whack from a player behind him. That was Jardine. So all the Lumberjacks players collapse on the crease. Take a look at the M-Live replay of this opportunity. Good save by Peck. David Deputy, by the way, 2-point performance with 2 assists. Gotta be pleased with that if you're the Lumberjacks. It's been 6 days that he's been on this team. That's it, just 6 days. Already making a big impact. And now the officials all get together to talk about something after Ryan Ward pled his case. And so not Jack Galanic, that's the 2 captains, Colson Hanrahan and David Klee, who go over to join the conversation with the officials. And now all the players go back to their benches. And I wonder if they're complaining, the Youngstown coaching staff, about the crease occupied by Melvin Straw, which has gotten some work done on it this period. They're going to Speedio about something. I'm not sure what they're going to Speedio about. Could it be Luke Santilli getting hit in the mouth? But if that's the case, Jake Toll very clearly got hit in the mouth in the first period and was bleeding, and nothing came of it. Officials in the game don't dictate suspensions and extra penalization of players. That comes straight from the league office and the Department of Player Safety here in the USHL. They've got the panoramic view. I can see a little bit of what they're looking at. I can't see exactly when they're looking, but you can tell it's the panoramic view, and they're focused on the Youngstown zone. That's Eric Arrigo and Bruce Vita Jr., the 2 referees wearing the orange stripes tonight that are inside the visiting penalty box, working the Speedio iPad. Vita Jr. just shook his head no at something. And now the captains come back over to see if they can get an explanation. Well, I'm still not sure what they're looking at. You know, Jim Boss, who was a goal judge before the Speedio system was installed. Now spending some time in the visiting penalty box. He's got a great view. I'm sure Jim knows exactly what's going on. Maybe I could throw the microphone down to him, but the Speedio iPad gets handed back to the scorers. And we'll see what comes of this. They called a high sticking penalty against the Lumberjacks. This is what happened against Jake Toll in the first period. And now Nestrasil is going to go to the box for a 4-minute double minor. Jake Toll was early in the first period. Is it who cries the loudest gets the calls in their favor? Two-goal game, 5:50 to go in regulation, and you go back and give a player a 4-minute double minor after the same play happened earlier in the game and nothing came of it. Youngstown goes on the power play. Here's Slies near side. Slies works down, goes up top. Sobieski is shot blocker to side by Peck. He's knocked out of the crease. Army official goes up in the air. It's going to be a 5-on-3 power play for Youngstown. Pinnock fires wide. Here's Slies near side. He fires out in front. The Jacks touch up. And this is real interesting. It's Jake Toll who goes to the box for tripping. And Youngstown takes their timeout. We're not going to go to commercial. We're going to send you over to Waterloo, where the Fighting Saints and Hawks are still tied up at 2 apiece. This has big implications in the standings for the Lumberjacks with that game with the Fighting Saints in it.
Well, just past halfway through regulation, the Saints are being outshot 26-11 in this game. 1 for 2 on the power play. They've killed off 2 of the 3 penalties they've taken. And this game is even. Frank taking the draw now after Giuliani was tossed. He wins it. Long-range shot. Kroll has traffic in front. It's stopped by Vachon. Nick Desiderio, after the draw, went straight to the top of the crease, and it was really causing problems for Vachon. He didn't necessarily see that one or feel it the whole way, but he made the save. We've seen that so far this weekend from Nick Desiderio. The Desi brothers getting to play together here for the Saints this weekend, and McKeish and Desiderio have been unafraid in their first USHL action. Saints can't win the draw, though. Back ahead to center. They pick it back up. Kroll through.
Welcome back into Muskegon. 2-minute minor for Jake Toll. So 2 minutes of 5-on-3 hockey. 3:38 remains in the double minor for Václav Nestrasil in a 2-goal game with under 5.5 to go. Here's Slies near side. Across the way, Banach fires but blocked. Now up top, Sobieski's one-timer, blocked by Klee. Goes wide to Banach far side. Up top, Sobieski near side Slides. Fires, nice save. No rebound, and now Klee not happy with Jardine, who took an extra whack at Peck. Face-off stays on the near side. It's Slies, Sobieski, Banach. These guys have been the upper portion of the power play unit. Hess and Jardine were down low. It's Klee with Bayo and Barry for the Jacks, the 3 killers. Won by Youngstown. Here's Sobieski, walks the blue line to the far side, finds Banach. Up top, Sobieski. Drops off for Slies. Near side, Sobieski thought about the one-timer, decides to hold on to it, walks up to the top of the blue line, finds Banach far side. He throws out in front. Jardine redirects it, and it's held on to by Peck. Down to $1.20 of 5-on-3 hockey. Take a look at this save by Peck. Nice redirection by Jardine, but Stephen Peck working left to right across his crease. Stays square to the puck. And no rebound to be had either. Now Hess replaced by Brecken Smith. Smith leans in, far side. David Klee along with him. But it's won by Smith. Here's Sobieski. To the far side, Banach. Up top, Sobieski. One-timer. Great block by Klee. Slow to get back to his feet. Great clear by Veilleux. And the captain can get some much-needed rest. Stewart replaces him. Here comes Banach to the offensive zone. Adam Banach cycles it down low for Jardine. Evan Jardine near side corner. Walks behind the net to the far side. Met by Bauer-Berry. Smith comes in to help out. Now Veilleux in the area as well. Taken by Jardine to the blue line. Sobieski. 42 seconds to go on the 5-on-3. Slice, fakes the shot, holds, goes far side. Banach fans on the shot. Met by Stewart. It's kept in by Jardine. Now Sobieski fires the shot wide. Might have been blocked. Slides the chance. Net comes off. Gets put back on by the Lumberjacks netminder. Banach up top to Sobieski. Net comes off again. So it was never really put back on. And so the Jacks can't change. But they do get a second to breathe with 24 seconds to go at 5-on-3. Brecken Smith will take the draw. It's the same 5 guys for Youngstown. Stewart with Veilleux and Berry, who have been out, by the way. Veilleux and Berry, the whole 5-on-3 kill. It's already been a minute and 40 seconds. Slice up top. Sobieski across for Banach. Bounces over his stick. Adam Banach, far side circle. Up top, Sobieski gets it back. Casimir Sobieski near side slice. Down low. Out for Jardine. They score. With 5 seconds left of the 5-on-3, they bring the game back to within 1. It should be Nestrasil's maybe that comes down. That was the first one that went up. If you're Muskegon, you're saying, oh, Nestrasil comes out. Toll has 5 seconds left. If you're Youngstown, you're saying, no, there's only 5 seconds left on Toll's penalty. He's the one that comes out. It has less time, and Nestrasil stays in. I don't envy the officials in this situation. That's why you might not agree with them always, but they have a really tough job, and they get a lot of flack for the decisions they make. But let's be honest, put any one of us in their shoes, and you're going to catch the same flack as they are. That's why you can't be too critical of it. So you can stand up here and scream and say whatever you want. You can be at home and scream, say whatever you want. You can be behind the bench and say whatever you want. At the end of the day, it's one of the hardest jobs on the planet, especially at this level. You start with the USHL and you go up to the American League and the Coast, the NHL. And not only do you have to make a decision with the 20 guys on each bench and their coaches and the broadcaster, but now you have thousands of people standing around you and thousands of people watching back home, and they all have an opinion on a decision that you make. And there is a right answer here. I don't know what that answer is. We'll see what the officials say that answer is. Toll leaves the box. The Jacks stay shorthanded for another minute and 42 seconds. Ryan Ward got the opportunity, despite already taking his time out, to draw up a play with the extended delay. You'll always take it. So it's a power play goal for Evan Jardine. They stay on the power play, trailing by 1. 3:32 to go in regulation. Smith wins the draw. And now here's Casimir Sobieski. Do we see the netminder Strahl go to the bench? We'll see. Slides to the offensive zone. Strahl stays in his crease. Puck comes to the near side. David Klee Nice and easy, sends it down the ice. Vasilov Nestrasov from the box, begging to let him know his appreciation. To the near side, Jardine. Cycles backwards for Bannock, taken away by Galanic. Bannock recovers. The far side slides. Drops off for Bannock. To the far side, Brecken Smith. Up top, Sobieski near side slides. Holds for a moment, fires, but it's blocked in traffic by Toll. Slides to Sobieski, gets it back. Slides across Bannock, one-timer, nice save by Peck. Net comes off. Dubuque, by the way, has taken a 3-2 lead with 3:16 to go in the third period in Waterloo. We are watching that game at the same time as calling this one. Well, the score bug on the broadcast says 3-2. The scoreboard on Hockey Tech says 2-2. Face-off will stay inside the Jack zone. Clee and Galanic with Toll and Veillot. All three captains for the Lumberjacks on the ice. Brecken Smith, Burchell, Slies, Resendez, Bannock, and Sobieski. Same power play unit, just Resendez instead of Jardine, who scored the power play goal on for Youngstown. 46 seconds to go on the advantage. Slies needed a moment to adjust his helmet. Clee and Smith the draw. Shots 31-24 in favor of Youngstown. They've held the majority of momentum in this third period. Jacks just struck more times. Resendez, far side wall, up top, Sobieski. Bit of a different look from Youngstown. Puck trickles in onto Pack. He holds on. And I like that from Coach Ryan Ward. The Jacks have senior power play for now 3.5 straight minutes. Let's draw up something here real quick. Maybe a different look you've practiced before. And make the Jacks adjust. See if you can't catch them in a bit of a confusion. Stewart leans in now across from Smith, who's excused out. So he's replaced by Resendez. Stewart with Stefanik up front. Toll and Veillot behind him. Resendez across from Stewart, the former Cedar Rapids teammates. It's one back, or the one now in Youngstown colors. Bannock fires through traffic. Nice save. To the far side corner, here's Resendez. 20 seconds to go on the power play. Sobieski works down the far side at the wall, drops off for Resendez, now gets it back. Works up to the blue line. Landon Resendez watches. Sobieski fired. Good block by Stewart. Near side, Bannock. 3 seconds to go on the power play. Sobieski walks the blue line out of the box. Nestra still loose, top of the crease. Held on to by Peck. Takes a couple of whacks from Smith, but holds on nonetheless. And the Jacks are back to even strength. Well, it's a hard-fought 2 games for the Lumberjacks. No matter the outcome, that's a fact. You have another game tomorrow against the Des Moines Buccaneers, who actually might be in the building right now. Made their way here from Rochester after picking up 2 wins over the Green Bay Gamblers. Lawrence across from Brecken Smith, far side of the Jack zone. Net empty in the Youngstown zone. Kept in by Sobieski, pushed down low. Jamison Slies up top. Sobieski to the far side for Resendez. 94 seconds to go in regulation. Casimir Sobieski fires onto Peck. Turned aside. Here's Brecken Smith. Up to Sobieski. Down the wall. Gets it back. Walks the blue line to the middle. Now near side. It's Bannock. Up top. Sobieski across Resendez. Fans on the shot. Taken away by Lawrence. Looks to clear the zone. It's kept in. Here's Brecken Smith. Hit against the wall by Claire's. 66 seconds to go in the frame. 66 seconds to go in the game. Banach fires onto Peck. Rebounds loose, tapped wide by Burchell. To the far side corner, Banach up to the blue line for Sobieski. It's Resendez far side. Up to Sobieski. Fired on. Trickles wide after a block in front. 45 seconds to go. Net comes off, and the faceoff's going to go outside. .8 seconds to go in regulation. Face-off just in front of the Muskegon bench. Shots 36-24. And Waterloo looking to do the same thing Youngstown's doing. Trailing by 1, final minute of the game. Klee leans in across from Brecken Smith. It's won by Youngstown. Sobieski looks to send it in. It goes off a Lumberjack. Slice held up. Finds Banach. And it's pushed behind the Lumberjacks' goal. Taken by Veo. Behind the net. Joined by Klee. Banach keeps it in on the near side. Klee looks to clear it. It comes to the blue line, but Burchell keeps it. Down for Slice. Blocked by Nestrasil. Empty. Net, he scores! Vaslav Nestrasil from his own zone. His second goal of the game, and the Lumberjacks, they lead 5-3. This third line has been spectacular all weekend. Klee, Galanic, Nestrasil, look at this, from his own zone. On target. Just by enough. 20 seconds to go. Jacks lead 5-3. Here's Bauer-Berry up for Drabicki. At the red line, takes a bump. Gherkin does so as well from Hanrahan. It's taken by Hess to the near side. Veronin. The offensive zone. Regained by Reese Lance. And now here's Bauer-Berry. To the far side, Drabicki. 1 second left. We're going downstairs for the post-game interview. Don't go anywhere.
The Lumberjacks win. And that makes the final score of today's matchup. Your Lumberjacks 5, Youngstown 3. Shots on goal in the third period. The Lumberjacks had 6 shots on goal for a 3-period total of 25. Youngstown had 22 shots on goal for a 3-period total of 36. Fans, stick around to find out which players will be named our 3 stars and grinder of the game. Let's hear you, Lumberjack fans.
Thanks, sir. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. You have to, yeah. You can't leave me by myself. Great win. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is my 12th, I think now. 12th or 13th. It's been fun. It's been a lot of fun.
Each game, we award a grinder of the game. The grinder of the game is a player who exemplifies what it means to compete, a never-give-up attitude, who plays with consistency, and knows how to set the tone on the ice. The grinder of the game is brought to you by Ace Hardware. Tonight's grinder of the game, number 24, Vaslav Nestrasil. Yeah, give it up. And now, Jacks fans, it's time for tonight's 3 stars of the game, brought to you by Trinity Health. Your number 3 star from your Lumberjacks with 2 assists tonight, the new guy, number 9, David Deputy. Your number 2 star, also from your Lumberjacks with 1 goal and 1 assist tonight, number 18, Jack Galanek. Nice to see some love to this side of the arena. And your number 1 star, also from your Lumberjacks with 1 goal and 2 assists, the captain, number 20, David Klee. And Lumberjacks fans, those are your 3 stars and grinder of the game. Hey, for the second night in a row, we're going to throw it down to Ezra to talk to our captain and our number 1 star, David Klee, about tonight's game. Take it away, Ezra.
Thanks, Lee. Jacks fans, first time in history that I've been here, we have this same post-game interview 2 nights in a row, and that's because, Dave, you've got 10 points in your last 3 games. What are you eating for breakfast? Like, what's going right for you, man?
Just, using my teammates, and they're making great plays for me, so it's pretty easy right now.
That line, you, Nestrasil, Galanek, you guys have been on fire all weekend long, and we sat here talking last night after the game, and I asked you, what did the guys have to do to replicate the result? Well, what did you do as a team to take out another win, but pick up the weekend sweep?
Yeah, just trusted each other. Like I said last night, we believe in our group, we believe in what we do, and I think you saw that tonight that, when we trust in each other, we're going to win a lot of games here. So it's fun.
Dave, the weekend's not over. We have a Sunday game tomorrow, 3 p.m. against the Des Moines Buccaneers, another team that's got 2 wins this weekend. What do the fellas have to do? Not just to pick up another win, but go a clean 3 for 3 on the weekend.
Do the same thing we did tonight. Battle, trust each other, and the results will come. So that's what we got.
Dave, I appreciate it. Congrats. You're so hot right now. Thanks for the interview. I appreciate it. Lee, we got another game tomorrow. Why don't you tell us all about it and then send us home to get some sleep and be right back here tomorrow, right?
I think we're going to be back here at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. $10 tickets, Jacks fans. Hey, we want to thank Muskegon for coming out and supporting your Lumberjacks this evening on North Pole Night. The Lumberjacks are back home tomorrow afternoon for Ugly Sweater Day against the Des Moines Buccaneers at 3 p.m. Again, tickets are just $10. Get your tickets now, and we hope to see you right back here at Trinity Health Arena for more exciting Lumberjack action. Puck drop is at 3:05. Doors open at 2. I'm Lee Andrews, and on behalf of Trinity Health Arena and your Muskegon Lumberjacks, thank you again for attending tonight's game. Have a great night, Lumberjacks fans. Please drive home safely. Don't forget to stop by the meat block. We scored 4 goals. Get those sizzlers. Have a great night.
Wow, that was fun. That was fun. Thank you. You too, man. That was fun. That was fun. You too. Oh, I must be low on battery. That's okay. Okay, I just turned it off, but well, I guess.
We thank you for joining us for this special presentation of Western Reserve Radio. And we now return to our regularly scheduled programming. You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
Carson Beck, upper extremity injury. We don't know to what extent. Said they looked at it and it looked okay, but he didn't have any grip strength and couldn't throw it. So that's kind of where we stand there with Georgia. I mean, they will have a bye. So, I mean, he has 2 weeks to get back, but Mike, he can't grip a football, so that doesn't seem to bode well.
It seemed like a little bit of both sides of the coin there. It looks okay, but he can't throw a football.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of important for a quarterback to be able to throw the football, Matt. Last I checked, that mattered.
Something to keep in mind there as those numbers start to pop up after we get the matchups tomorrow. Los Angeles Chargers on the road at the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll talk a ton about this tomorrow as well, Mike, but want to go ahead and get some thoughts here. 3.5, 4 majority fours out there in favor of the Chiefs. 42.5 to 43 is our total. We know what the joke is about the Chiefs. They can't cover a game. They can't cover a number. They just keep winning. They can't cover a number. But this one's only 4. Do they finally get that cover?
It sure feels like it to me here. Like I use the Chiefs in the contest. We'll talk about that here in 15 minutes on the contest show. I would be Chiefs or pass here in this spot. I was really hoping we get to 3 because we saw Chargers money push this number down. And I don't necessarily agree with that, especially with the Ladd McConkey of it all here for this Chargers team. A player I have talked about, 4 straight weeks, Matt? I've been all over this Ladd McConkey thing. He is really the only wide receiver who gets any separation, who's good at all on that Chargers team. And he's dealing with a shoulder. He's dealing with a knee. You watched him last week when he was in the game. He's trying to fall on his opposite shoulder. It's clearly bothering him. He DNP'd. He got limited. He's supposed to play in this game. We'll see if he's able to go and for how long. But he had over or close to 50% of the yards for this Chargers team last week when he was in the game. Didn't even play the full game. If he's not out there, I've got some serious concerns around this Chargers offense because all of a sudden the offensive line that they put all these resources in that was supposed to be phenomenal, they couldn't hold off the Falcons pass rush last week. What are they going to be able to do against this Chiefs pass rush? Lots of question marks for me in that spot. Gus Edwards, look, he's fine on 3rd and 1. He's fine on 1st and goal from the 2. He's not really great on 1st and 10 from the opponent's or from your own 30-yard line. He's not the guy who's going to be able to break big runs for you. So I don't see any explosiveness in this Chargers offense, and I'm just not sure they're going to be able to consistently, methodically drive the ball down the field. You flip to the other side, Chiefs are getting healthy. They're getting an offensive lineman back in this game. I think this is going to be a little better performance from Pacheco as well. I think he's going to be back to the bell cow. And we've seen Hunt below expectation from a rushing perspective when he's been in there. If Pacheco generally has been an above expectation guy, all of a sudden, if every one of those runs is 2 yards more, 3 yards more, this Chiefs offense is a lot better as well. So Kansas City -4 would be the only side for me right now. I did play the under here, Matt. And this is all about this Chargers offense, which I think McConkey, we'll see if he can go at the start and make it through the full game. If he doesn't, I think this is really Disley, the only person that can move the ball for the Chargers. So I've got some Disley props. Played the over 36.5. I took him 80+ yards at +600 as well. This Chiefs team, the worst team in the NFL, giving up passing yards to the tight end, averaging 78 yards per game against. So I think Disley has a shot at having a big game. But outside of that, I don't see how the Chargers move the football in this Chiefs defense.
I'll go ahead and I'll go down with the ship with the Chiefs here. Everyone knows my bias against this Chargers team. So here we go. We're going to do it again. I laid the 3.5 points with the Chiefs. If you look, like you said, I think that there is a little bit of, I'm not going to say that we haven't seen the best of the Chiefs yet. I don't think that this Chiefs team is like elite, super, super elite or whatever, but I do think that there are better performances to come for sure. And everything you broke down about the passing game here for the Chargers rings true to me, which is it's kind of been one guy that you can actually count on, and you can't really count on anybody else in this thing. And so now you look at a Chiefs defense that is coming in with the 5th highest pressure rate in the NFL, the 2nd highest blitz rate in the NFL. And if Herbert can't hit his little hot route guy in Ladd McConkey that he has been able to have so much success over the last month of the season, I think this could end up being where we finally see the Chargers offense that I thought we were going to see all year long anyway. But I think that this could finally be it where you just go, oh man, they can't really do anything through the air, you know? And I don't know if they're going to have a ton of success on the ground against this Chiefs run defense that's 5th overall in the NFL and EPA allowed and 10th overall in success rate. So you're not playing ahead of the chains either, you know, with this team. So again, I know they don't cover. I get it. I think that this could be the week.
Well, if you look at where the Chiefs' deficiencies have been on the defensive side, it's CB2. It's nickel cornerback. This is not the team that can attack CB2 and nickel cornerback, right? This is the team that needs that cornerback 1 to be weak, and Kansas City pretty strong there. If you look at the aggregate power rankings, and you got these that come out, or power ratings that come out from professional bettors and sites that are just turning and burning numbers, the Chiefs are like between 6 and 8, 6 and 9 in most people's rankings. I get that this Chiefs team can't cover well and that, no, they're not built for the regular season in a lot of spots. They're not the 9th best team in the NFL, Matt. This is a low point here for the Chiefs. And we talked about this last year after that loss to the Raiders. They ripped off cover after cover after cover because people were down on them. Kind of feels like we're at that point again this year. This 4 seems cheap to me.
Let's get to our G-Bank best bets. What is your favorite bet that you have on your card?
I'm trusting Sam Darnold, Matt. Let's go. Let's play against this Falcons secondary again. We had McConkey over last week. Let's go Sam Darnold over 253.5 passing yards. This is a top 5 pass block win rate offensive line against a bottom 5 pass rush team with 3 very good weapons to throw to. I think this Vikings team has success through the year. They haven't been running the ball as well. We've seen Sam Darnold rip off 3 consecutive very good games. Let's trust Sam Darnold here to go over the 253.5 passing yard number, Matt.
Same game for me. I really like the under in this game. This Falcons offense has looked atrocious, and I think you're going to see a pretty bad performance here with much pressure as this defense creates, as much as they blitz. I think Kirk Cousins in for a very, very long day. I don't think they're going to get a ton of points in this one. I think this could be bad news here. So do like the under in that one a lot. These best bets are brought to you by G-Banks, the official bank of VEASAN. You can get that G-Bank Visa signature card, delivering 1% cashback rewards on eligible gaming transactions and 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. For more information, head on over to VEASAN.com/GBank. That's VSIN.com/GBANK. Subject to credit approval and terms and conditions do apply. Clemson scores again. It is now 21-7 in the first quarter. SMU better answer here, Mike, or this could be it, right? This could be it.
Yeah, this is not a great spot. Penn State's got to get a stop too. 14-10 in that game at the end of the first quarter, seeing a lot of points.
Yeah, they came back and answered though on Oregon, so that one's looking pretty good. But boy, SMU really needs a score here, giving up 3 touchdowns in the first quarter over there in that one to Clemson. Of course, stick around here. Next hour is going to be the football contest show where we go through each and every play over in Circa Million. We're trying to give somebody $14 million.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
G-Bank is the official bank of VEASAN. Why? For one, unlike other credit cards, G-Bank does not treat sports betting transactions as a cash advance. And for every eligible gaming transaction, you'll earn a 1% cashback reward. That's right, 1% cashback rewards on every eligible wager. And you'll earn 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. Apply for the G-Bank Visa signature card today at VEASAN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Matt Brown and Mike Somich are on Ready, Set, Bet as they get you ready to make your bets as the last batch of football games kick off.
What I took away from this is I want to bet against the Patriots when they're behind by 2 scores.
People are going, well, I wonder if this team's actually better than we thought. They're not. They don't have enough talent.
Don't miss out on crucial advice for live betting once the game starts, as well as looking ahead to the upcoming action. Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet, Saturdays at 7 p.m. and Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
This is Cashing Out on VEASAN.
The Atlanta Falcons catching 5 at Minnesota. I will take the Falcons +5. I mean, this could be a potential bottom of the market spot to take Atlanta. They're a better ATS team on the road this year than they are at home. Minnesota hasn't been all that impressive lately. I could see the Vikes winning by 3 or 4. Give me the points in this one.
Cashing Out, Saturday through Thursday at 11 p.m. Eastern on VEASAN, the sports betting network.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guys in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
Responsible sports betting starts with a game plan. That means stick to a budget. Keep it social by playing with friends. Learn the game and know the odds. Play with trusted legal operators. And if you need help, reach out. If you're getting in on the action, visit haveagameplan.org to learn more.
This is the Lombardi Line.
Oregon's got to go play Penn State in a game, and now all of a sudden they could go from the 1 seed to the 5 seed. But I think the bigger issue here, David, is we went to 12, and our mindset is still at 4. When you expand it to 12, there's going to be some conversations that are going to occur at 10, 11, and 12. That's why we have 12. We have 12 for our entertainment. I don't know why we're complaining about it.
Catch the Lombardi Line weekdays at 8 a.m. Eastern, right here on VSiN.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
This is the Football Contest Show on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
It is the Football Contest Show here on VSiN. Matt Brown, Mike Somich, joined each and every week by the founder and CEO, the man that makes it all happen, Derek Stevens, here on the desk, and of course the Director of Operations of Circus Sports, Jeff Benson. Guys, we're going to, Derek, if people keep seeing us out in public, they're going to think you actually like me, man. I don't know. You stop by the award show, have a good week here. Now we got the Cowboy stuff going on. It's a big week here in Vegas.
It's been a great week.
Yeah.
I would tell you, thank you very much. That was a lot of fun on Thursday night. Being able to give an award to Dana White, and I didn't realize your production company, Matt. You're the big bosses over there. So I had a hell of a lot of fun doing that.
Yeah, it was good times. I've done that for 16 years now on that show. So rocking and rolling into 2 decades, hopefully, when it's all said and done.
First time I read off a teleprompter.
You were perfect. It was the reveal was amazing.
It was amazing. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, great.
You were just telling us you're a little bit more prepared for these segments every week.
Yeah.
With all that. Guys, of course, stick around. Next segment, we will do the big reveal for Circus Survivor, let you know what the number one play was over there and any of these other ones. Maybe some surprises there along the way as well. But we'll kick things off here, Jeff, as we do every single week with the millions.
Yeah, a couple of housekeeping notes before we get into the top 5 consensus pick this week. Obviously, this is week 14 overall of the contest. What that constitutes is it's week 1 of quarter 4. So for everybody who's still alive in the contest, everybody who's still playing, they got one more quarter to either run really hot or run really poorly in terms of quarterly prizes. This is a 5-week quarter. So week 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. And when we look at last quarter, which just ended, we did some contest payouts today in the book, gave away some big money, some large oversized checks that'll probably go in the man caves. But Farley Betts, he ended up going 19-1 in the third quarter. I believe that is probably, for a 4-week quarter, the best record we've ever had, if memory serves me correctly. Conversely, on the other side, the name was apropos, just guessing. He went 2-18. He won the $25,000 booby prize. And then as we're 5 weeks to go in the overall standings, Jump Around is leading the pack at 47 wins and 18 losses. And then conversely, going for the $100,000 booby prize, Tallies 3 is 17, 47, and 1. So pretty similar records there on the top and on the bottom, but a lot to play for as we head into Q4.
Hey, Jeff, one thing I want to talk about with Tallies. Although Tallies is leading in the booby side, let's not forget that tallies is also tied for 12th in the overall.
Oh,
this is a very unique strategy. I believe in August, I had a chance to meet this crew. It was a very boisterous crew, and they came in and they signed up. I'm pretty sure I met with this crew and had a great time. But they're running on both extremes, so it's interesting how they're playing this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you have more than one entry, you play maybe opposite strategies, or, on one of them you try to go for the losers, on one you try to go for the winners. So as we kind of head down the home stretch, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out and, all the game theory behind it. But without further ado, we'll reveal the top 5 consensus picks for Week 14. And they are as follows. The most popular pick this week was the Dolphins -5.5. They are at home in a divisional matchup against the Jets. They are laying 5.5, and 2,285 contestants backed the Dolphins in this spot. Working our way down, another AFC East team, the Bills. They are -3.5. They are on the road against the LA Rams. 1,753 people backed the Buffalo Bills -3.5. Working our way down further, the third most popular pick this week, not necessarily surprising given some of the line movement here. The Bears +4, 1,688 individuals selected the Bears +4. They are on the road against the beat up and banged up San Francisco 49ers. The Chargers +4 was the fourth most popular pick this week. They are on the road in a divisional matchup against the Kansas City Chiefs. 1,482 individuals selected the Chargers. And then last but not least, maybe a little foreshadowing to the Survivor segment, we had the Browns +7. 1,443 people backed them. They are on the road taking on the Pittsburgh Steelers. So to recap one more time for the listeners, Dolphins -5.5, Bills -3.5, Bears +4, Chargers +4, Browns +7. I don't often say this, but we have 3 underdogs and 2 favorites. And as we work our way a little bit further down, we had a total of 15 different teams that all got 1,000 or more selections. So certainly a lot of parity this week, gentlemen.
Yeah, we have 6 teams on bye, and so you're going to see a lot of that parity where you see more teams selected just because there's fewer options in this spot. It is surprising to see 3 dogs and 2 favorites. I believe that's the first time this year we've seen 3 dogs in the top 5 there, and my eyeballs jumped right to the 4th one there. The Chargers catching 4 points, taking on Kansas City, who everyone's talking about it, hasn't covered 6 straight games. We talked about it on Ready, Set, Bet, how they're in the aggregate power ratings. They've dropped to that 8th, 9th spot in some people's ratings. What's the action like, Ben, on the book side for this Chargers-Chiefs game? Are you still seeing Chiefs money roll in, or is it becoming more 50-50 with the recent stretch?
Yeah, I mean, we opened for, we took some initial bets on the Chargers. That number dropped to 3.5, and it's been Kansas City money since. So back up to 4, $2 on the money line. Seen some sharp interest there in the Chiefs, from 3.5 to 4. Obviously, it looks like they're going to get DJ Humphries in at left tackle, which, I know a lot of people are excited about given how those 2 left tackles have fared up to this point this season. So yeah, it'll be interesting. Obviously, the game's, a Sunday night football game, we're week 1 into a quarter, so not necessarily hedging or anything there from that perspective. But, I think people have seen the Kansas City Chiefs play a ton of these close games, and, they're getting over a field goal, which is why we've seen a lot of people take the dog in the contest.
You see here the 5th most popular pick this week, guys, the Browns getting the 7 points. I guess people are thinking that the Lord is going to deliver Jameis from pick sixes, as he asked in the post-game presser.
Yeah, we needed the Browns last week. We were very disappointed to see the first pick 6. Thoroughly excited to see them back on the 1-yard line, and it all came crashing down after that.
Jay, it's one of those guys. It's interesting. It's always an experiment.
It's quite an experience.
It's quite an experience every single time with Jameis. We talked about this a little bit earlier, Derek. This Bills team, their second most popular pick this week, and I think a lot of people are just not willing to get in front of this truck that it seems like this Bills team has become. I mean, they're going to get even healthier this week, it seems like. And if you look at the overall ratings and all the advanced statistics, I mean, as far as the combination of everything they provide on offense and defense, maybe the most well-rounded team in the NFL.
Yeah, it kind of seems like there's a little bit of a sentiment change, at least in the money markets here. 8 weeks ago, Chiefs was something, But now it seems as if there's definitely a momentum change that is going far more toward the Chargers, far more toward the Bills. I think the element of the Chiefs is just there's something about it that just makes everyone feel uncomfortable. Obviously, these non-covers hurt. But I definitely think what you said about the Bills have, in many ways, I think, become an AFC new sweetheart here. Maybe the fact that everyone in the country is still rooting for the Bills fans to hopefully warm up after the snow. There's a bias towards these snow teams. People love seeing
this. They do. They love it.
Yeah, we may see some of those things next week, for some of these home games that are going to be up in the north for the college football playoffs. So, obviously the Jameis snow game was one to remember. And, the Bills 49ers was a great game as well. And, it plays visually on TV, to Derek's point.
Give me every primetime game with Jameis in the snow, and I will be happy. Just once a week. Just throw him in there because it's great theater there. Now, the number 3 pick, the Bears, +4. No surprise on my side. This is now at +3 across the board. So a lot of people taking a little bit better of a number there. You also have a San Francisco team absolutely beat up. But the Dolphins sitting at 1, Jeff, that's a little surprising to me. We're sitting at 5.5 still, so no line advantage there, kind of on a dead number at the 5.5 side. You think this is a lot of people just thinking the Jets are going to quit on this season, or is this a resurgence for this Dolphins team here down in South Florida?
Maybe a little bit of both. Obviously, the Dolphins losing on Thursday Night Football to the Green Bay Packers. There's a world that, it's a little bit of a mini bye. They got a little bit of a rest advantage. And then, maybe for those, wanting to fade the Jets, how healthy is Aaron Rodgers? Obviously, no Breece Hall this week. Not much to play for when you think about the Jets. So, kind of interesting to maybe see that one, particularly given there hasn't been a ton of line movement. If anything, it got out to the Dolphins, 6.5, and then it's been bet back. But as you alluded to, the number's the same, and the contest is what it is on the board. So it'll be interesting to see how that game fares.
See the Jets, the second least picked team this week. So there was a Thursday night side that got more action than the Jets this week. So it seems like the public thinks Aaron Rodgers is checking out, Derek.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think just as we said, the Chargers and the Bills have become a bit of sweethearts. It's clearly anti-Jets, probably much more so than anti-Chiefs. Just Chiefs is just simply they can't cover. So that's really the biggest issue there.
You mentioned the Thursday game, obviously a barn burner between the Packers and the Lions. Derek was excited. His Lions got in the win column, but we had 534 people that got there with the Packers. Our number was 3.5. So we had a lot of people taking the hook there, given the game closed 3. So 534 people started this quarter strong with a win right out of the gate.
This is the quarter for me, Mike. This is it. This is the one. I've never competed in a quarterly prize. This is going to be it.
Is it booby prize?
Either way. Okay, I just want to compete somehow. I just want to have some sort of sweat. I don't care which way that it goes for me. Dolphins, Bills, Bears, Chargers, and Browns are 5 most selected teams in a million when we come back. Did you guess the number 1 team picked in Circus Survivor? I don't think you did.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Find what you love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. All kinds of beers and thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly. Be 21.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
The only thing better than football is the excitement of all the contests. Catch the Circle Friday Football Invitational at night.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Accidents happen. That's why you need Repair That Glass. Specializing in windshield replacement and all other auto glass, we offer a full range of automotive glass repairs. Our technicians can do everything from minor chip repair to a complete replacement. Your windows don't go up or down, they can fix that too, along with custom glass work and antiques. Repair That Glass is a family-run business for over 40 years. Repair That Glass. Call for your appointment now at 330-534-3192.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
In the world, you can see it out here behind me. You got to come check it out for yourself if you haven't made it down to downtown. Dolphins, Bills, Bears, Chargers, and Browns are your 5 most selected teams over there in Circa Million. But we know why you're here. You want someone to win $14 million, and you want to know what route they're taking to get there. So, Derek, here we go. We're down to 52 live entries.
52. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to give a little perspective on the 52. I'm going to go through in 2021 after week 13. So we've gone through the A's and B's and all that. In 2021, we had 23 Circus Survivors left, like going into week 14. In 2022, we had 70 Circus Survivors going into week 14. Last year, we only had 30 Circus Survivors going in. So this year at 52, after all that carnage in the first 3 weeks of the year, you know where we're at? Just about right? It seems like just about right. So yeah, 52 going into tomorrow. We've got one massive favorite, but availability becomes the issue. So when you take a look at the one massive favorite being the Philadelphia Eagles, only 14 Circus Survivors had Philadelphia available. So we knew Philadelphia would not be the number one selection. So for those of you new to this contest, please remember that availability and what you do in September and October kind of sets you up for December. And only 14 had Philadelphia. I'll get to why this is important in a second. So let's go through it here. We've got a surprising total of 8 different teams selected going into week 14. And the number one selection for Circus Survivor week 14 is the Pittsburgh Steelers with 20 selections. Number 2, which is the surprise that we felt, is the Philadelphia Eagles with 11.
Yes.
Not with 14.
Yes.
So that means there are three Circus Survivors that are saving Philadelphia for a point down the road, which is interesting.
I think 3 people were maybe overthunk this.
The number 3 selection was the Tampa Bay Bucks with 7 selections. We've got a tie for 4th with 4 Circus Survivors taking the Minnesota Vikings and 4 taking the Miami Dolphins. The Cincinnati Bengals came in with 3, not surprising in any way.
How do they keep getting selected in this?
I don't know.
but what happens is, think about this. Every Circus Survivor that takes Cincinnati is not a bidder. The bitter Circus Survivors are the ones that are out of the contest. So they're all the ones that dislike the Bengals, really. Everybody that's a Circus Survivor is still currently out of the 52. They like the Bengals because they've helped them out greatly. Then all of a sudden we go to the New Orleans Saints with 2 selections, and we round out the 8 selections with one individual taking the Tennessee Titans at home against the Jaguars. So 52 Circus Survivors, 8 different teams selected. And we're off and running for week 14.
Yeah, obviously nobody used the Detroit Lions on Thursday. And then the average implied value, which we talk about every week, just continues to grow. Obviously 2 people eliminated last week. The new number, $274,346.15.
Whoever that is out there that took the Titans, tweet at me. I want to know what you do for a living. Do you jump out of planes for a living? What do you do you free climb or something or whatever it is?
I will say the individual who took the Titans, this is now the second time I've said this, they have the opportunity to win the Circus Survivor contest by themselves.
There they go.
Very true.
You have effectively a 7-team parlay, really 8 tied to the Titans to scoop the 14.266.
One thing that's unique about this, and Matt, we're going to be out here filming again the documentary, the Circus Survivor, The Quest for $14.2 million tomorrow morning. But when you take a look at the selections, how many are early? This is going to be very interesting to see how the Eagles play out, how the Steelers play out, how these early games play out, because there's going to be some very unique hedging scenarios that play out in the afternoon, and then on Monday night.
I have had more conversations with Circus Survivors about hedging, credit lines, wiring in, getting ready for Christmas than I've ever had before, and earlier than I've ever had before. So, certainly a lot of people positioning themselves, trying to get ready for the holidays. Obviously, Christmas is its own animal entirely, given, how close the games are to pick. Most people not necessarily having all 6 teams to use. So, people are trying to monetize the best they can.
Yeah, I think that's also a key thing. I'm glad you brought that up, Jeff, because from our perspective, if you've made it to week 14, I certainly hope all 52 of our Circuit Survivors, all 52 of you monetize. You have to make money at this. You don't have to win the whole thing.
Right.
Obviously, the winning the whole thing, the big money, the life-changing money is that. But you got to be able to make money right here, right now. So you have to have a good strategy to get through it.
Yeah, and more than ever, I've heard a lot of people saying, obviously, akin to the World Series of Poker and things like that, Derek's still alive, I'm still alive, we're going to do a 5% swap with each other, things like that. So certainly a number of different ways, whether it's wiring in your own funds, whether it's, applying for credit, whether it's swapping with another entry, things like that. A number of different ways that you can monetize if you've gotten this far.
And I think it's important for everyone to know that, we don't take a rake here. So if you are going to hedge, we'd appreciate the business. Yeah. We're kind of known that we take big bets. Mr. Benson took a big bet the other day, which
I'm in timeout.
But we like you to hedge with us. That is kind of what we do. So we're excited about it. We're excited. This should be a great week of Circuit Survivor.
If you're out there and you're looking for credit, make sure you get it in early as well. The Christmas week can be very tough, especially with the banks and everything. So make sure you're out there. You want to get credit, go get it with Circa as early as possible here. Now, I got to say, it's a little surprising to see the Pittsburgh Steelers on top with 20 selections and to have the Cleveland Browns in millions be the 5th most selected team sitting there at +7. That jumped out to me right away when I looked at this board. We haven't had a team top of the selection board that the other side has been in millions before. So a lot of faith here in Tomlin and the Steelers to be able to get it done, Jeff. Are you seeing the money line and the side split in the book that between the Steelers Cleveland game, or has this been kind of a surprise to you as well?
It's been an expensive 6.5 or a cheap 7. Kind of going back and forth. There hasn't been a ton of movement on this. But I think once you get this deep into the season, there's not that many options. And, the options you're choosing, do you want a division game? Do you not want a division game? Do you want a road favorite versus a home favorite? So a lot of different things that go into it. But, I think at the end of the day, when you look at the counts by popularity, people are trying to project the ownership. And I think, when you look at, ultimately the final selections, sometimes people outsmart themselves, or what the Circa Survivor projections are differ very greatly from other pools. Obviously, the holiday weeks has something to do with that, but when you only have 52 people left, you're really trying to plot what the ownership percentages are going to be, and then ultimately what is the most plus EV play. Now, I will say, obviously, Derek was on this show couple of days ago, and we took a pretty big bet on the Philadelphia Eagles. So the good news is, for the 11 people that took the Eagles in Survivor, we have a fantastic Carolina Panthers moneyline price should you want to hedge with us.
That's out there and available here at Circa. Guys, there's only 2 entries out there that have multiple picks left. It seems like C3 picks and NFL Wise Guys, right? If I'm looking right.
Yeah, and C3 picks split. They went Steelers, Bucks. NFL Wise Guys doubled down, Dolphins. So interesting to see how the multiple picks played it there. One wanted to split and one wanted to go all in.
Yeah, NFL Wise Guys, they shoved last week too. They shoved with Bucks, and now they're shoved again. So they've shoved every single week other than once this year, I believe.
Yeah, it's wild that we've gotten down to the point where now only 2 people out there still have multiple entries in this. A reminder, Chiefs, Steelers, Ravens, Texans, Seahawks, Bears are those Christmas games. Tough games all over the place, and teams, again, that people have used along the way.
Yeah, obviously we're on week 14. We haven't done this in a little while. Do all 8 teams get through? If not, what is the team that goes down? We'll start with you, Mike.
Well, this week the parlay pays 12-1. Last week it paid 45-1. We only lost the 2 people on the Bengals. If someone goes down here, man, I'm going to go with New Orleans down there at 2. I like the top picks here. I think Pittsburgh gets through, so I'll go with New Orleans sitting there at 2. But I think the parlay's got a shot this week. What about you, Jeff?
I'm going Bengals as an L. I think Cowboys respond on Monday night, keep their season alive. Derek?
Oh, I hate doing this. If I have to, I would tell you that I'm not a real fan of the Vikings this week.
Close us out, Matt.
Interesting. I mean, it's so easy to say the Titans. I mean, it's Billy Levi's. What are we doing? So why did somebody make this pick? I can't believe.
I want Billy Levi's to scoop the pool this week. That would be epic.
It really would. It would.
Hopefully we're back with all 52 next week.
Steelers, Eagles, Bucks, Vikings, Dolphins, Bengals, Saints, and Titans, all with sweats here in Circa Survivor.
GBank is the official bank of VSiN. Why? For one, unlike other credit cards, GBank does not treat sports betting transactions as a cash advance. And for every eligible gaming transaction, you'll earn a 1% cashback reward. That's right, 1% cashback rewards on every eligible wager. And you'll earn 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. Apply for the GBank Visa Signature Card today at VSiN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Hey, pet parents. With Progressive's collision coverage, you get extra protection for your cat or dog, because there's nothing worse than seeing your pet hurt. Like when you see their face after accidentally stepping on their tail, and you say, "I'm so sorry, Mr. Pickles." But as you kiss his nose and rub his little belly welly, you know Mr. Pickles is thinking, "You betrayed me." Anywho, Progressive pays up to $1,000 in vet bills if your pet is injured in an auto accident. Learn more at Progressive.com and watch where you step. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Collision coverage subject to policy terms. Not available in all states.
Join the guru, John Hansen, at the intersection of prop betting and fantasy sports on Prop Points, only on VSiN.
And shout out to Elijah Moore as well. Oftentimes he's Elijah Less.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. But they could be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments, it doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
By Winner's Circle Proxy. If you need a proxy, be sure and trust the experienced team over at Winner's Circle Proxy. It is VSiN's preferred proxy partner. Find out more at winnerscircleproxy.com. Matt Brown, Mike Samas just had a great couple of segments with Jeff Benson and Derek Stevens going through all of the different picks, all the different plays that we have going on in both of their contests out there. And as Derek alluded to, Mike, I had a show on Thursday night. Derek was kind enough to come out, present an award at the award show. And I had a bunch of people coming up to me, a bunch of different people. Man, I'm in the contests. I'm doing this, that, and the other. You know, I'm talking to all these other dudes that are, you know, in all different walks of life and are living in these contests and living through vicariously now through the final 52 people who are going for $14 million. So it's pretty cool to see, you know, this really does have a wide impact across all the different sports landscapes.
It does. When you get over 5,000 people in a pick contest, you get over, you know, a $14 million pool in a survivor contest, you're getting a lot of people playing. And it's an absolute blast. It's definitely worth the $1,000 to get in both of them. Obviously, life-changing money in one. But hey, I wouldn't mind winning a quarter for $150K here in the millions either, Matt.
Yeah, no, definitely. And in any of the information, if you guys are looking for all of this stuff, we keep it all up to date over at VSiN.com. If you're not already a VSiN Pro subscriber, be sure get in $9.99 to try us out for 30 days. So VSiN.com/subscribe. Every single thing that we do, you get the video feed, you get all of the articles that we're putting up with the picks each and every day as well over at VSiN.com. And again, it's only $10 for your first 30 days. So, you know, drink regular people coffee for a week and then everything will be fine. You don't need the super expensive $9 mocha choca latte, skinny foam, half foam, 2 pumps, all the different stuff. Like you can tell I don't do that, right? Like that was horrible. Yeah. That was horrible.
No, I am not just give me my brewed coffee at home. I'm good. I don't need none of this fancy stuff. And you do that for 2 days. You're saving the money at Starbucks to pay for this.
There it is. Okay. So a little bit of housekeeping over in Million. We have now entered the final quarter. So this will be a 5-week quarter that'll take us through the end of the season and will give us a winner on the good side, a winner on the bad side as well. If you weren't here for what Jeff talked about The quarter 3 winner, Farley Bets, went 19-1. Yes, 19-1 to win that quarter. On the other end, Just Guessing 2-18 in that quarter to win the booby prize as well. Mike, 20 selections and you won 19 of them.
Hope you were betting as well, right? Like that's a heck of a run there.
I mean, that is just unreal when you take a look at that. So the overall standings, 47-18 is currently leading the contest, and 17-47-1 is currently sitting at the booby prize. But hey, a lot of stuff can happen in 5 weeks, Mike. I mean, as we said, somebody went 19-1 in 4 weeks. Maybe someone can do a 23-2. Maybe someone can pull out something like that. And if that's the case, they're likely to really, really climb that leaderboard so long as they're within striking distance.
Yeah, you can have a good quarter here in the last quarter. You're going to be able to make up some serious ground with 5 weeks in the quarter, and probably going to take 22 and a half points to be able to win that quarterly prize. And that week 18, always a tough one because you don't know who's in, who's out in some of those games. So still a lot to play for here in the Millions contest. And I blew my 5-0 week last week. I just want a good week here to kick this quarter off, Matt. Want to start out positive here to give us a chance at that money.
And just a reminder to everybody out there, just a little bit of strategy stuff going on here. Not necessarily this week because it's a 5-week quarter or something, but if you are chasing and you do start out decently hot in the first couple of weeks, just remember at that point, you might want to avoid hold numbers. You might want to avoid, you might want to make sure that every game you bet has a hook on it in some fashion, because if you're chasing, you really do need the full point at this point. You can't really get by with a bunch of half points and whatever if you're trying to run some people down or maybe get into the money if you're kind of on the borderline of cashing or not cashing and stuff. So just, again, not necessarily as important this week while we still have 5 weeks, but Mike, as we enter, if you start off hot, if you're 9-1 or you're whatever, or something like that, then maybe something you want to think about entering those final 3 weeks.
Yeah, you definitely want to look at games with a hook. That makes a big difference. And you want to pass on games if you don't absolutely love them where the line is better, which sounds weird, but you want to be contrarian in some of these spots. A lot of the people at the top of this contest are going to take line value. For instance, the number 3 pick this week, the Bears at +4, that was a pretty obvious pick that was going to be in the top 5. And if you're trying to catch, you need to make sure that you pass on some of those and hope they go the other way so that you're able to make up some ground.
Well, Mike, I'm chalk donkey again this week as I have the Dolphins on my card. So me and 2,284 of my best friends are all on the Dolphins at 5.5. It was your number 1 selection this week, and I fall into that one.
Yeah, I passed on that one. Pretty surprised that this was number 1. I mentioned it on the contest show. This line is sitting at 5.5 right now, so we haven't seen the action. Now, Jets money has come into the market almost every single week, and when this got to 6, we did see some Jets buyback, but this one didn't make my contest ticket. Kind of happy. It's sitting there up at the top spot. It's not a game that I bet myself with the Dolphins here. I understand the thought process, right? This is a Jets team that's banged up. You're going to miss Sauce Gardner. You're missing Breece Hall, and you really don't know the motivation. Miami kind of in the same spot from a motivational perspective as well, and some injuries in the secondary. So surprised this one ended up on top. I thought it was going to be the Bears at +4, Matt.
Number 2 pick is the Bills at 3.5. I did not get in on that one, but I was back in. Hey man, I can't dodge the chalk, man. It's me, I guess, in these contests, no matter what I think. Bears at +4, 1,688 come in. I also on Bears +4. Did you pick any of the top 5 picks this week?
Just the Bears +4 for me. Okay. I avoided the other 4 of them. I'm pretty happy about that. I considered the Bills and the Eagles were the last on for me. So I was between the Bills -3.5 and the Eagles -12.5 as my 5th pick. Ended up laying the big time chalk with the Eagles there. I think the run advantage for them specifically against that Carolina team, maybe just a little too much to overcome. And yes, Bryce Young has looked better. But it's a little step up in class on the defensive side. You're also traveling to Philadelphia. So I was willing to lay the wood there. And one of the specific reasons was I thought a lot less people would be on the Eagles than be on the Bills. And I'm glad I got that right at least.
Chargers at +4, the 4th most selected pick, and then the Browns at +7, the 5th most selected pick. I dodged both of those. Obviously, I don't even like the Chargers side at all. Kind of neutral there on the Steelers, Browns as it is. Anyway, right below them, I mean, this was literally 4 picks away from being inside the top 5. The Cardinals as 3-point favorites. Then the Chiefs, like I said, I am on the Chiefs and played them in the contest as well. I didn't think they'd be that popular, Mike. I'd be honest with you. I mean, there were 3.5s out there in this. They also have never cover and all that. So I took the Chiefs. I actually thought this one through, thinking that maybe this is going to be a smart pick. And instead, they're the 7th most popular pick this week. So Chiefs -4 also on my card.
I love they don't cover 6 in a row, and now they never cover. It's been a month and a half, Matt.
Yeah.
They can turn this around. It's a great week to turn this around. I'm on the Chiefs too here. You mentioned, I love seeing the Chargers top 5 because I like the other side of this game, and I'm not surprised that the Chiefs were this selected, specifically because as soon as this hit 3.5, you saw a lot of sharp money on the Chiefs. That's why we moved back to the 4. I wasn't shocked that the Chiefs were sitting here in the top 7. I am pretty happy to see the Seahawks sitting there -3 at number 6. This was 2.5. The majority of the week just moved to 3 today. And I'm on the other side. Give me the Seahawks plus the 3 points in this spot. I realize this is a revenge game from 2 weeks ago. Not always a great spot, but I was on the Seahawks. I thought that line moved way too much 2 weeks ago. I think this line is still incorrect. I'm surprised so many people took Cardinals -3 here. I'll be on the Seahawks +3 instead.
The 8th most popular selection, Vikings -5.5. Guess who you can find on that one? Me as well. I'm also on that one. So, so 4 of my 5 picks are in the top 8 this week. I'm really great at predicting how popular these games are going to be.
That or you're just a chalk-eating weasel. One of the two. We're not sure which it's going to be there. I'm on the Vikings too. So I can't talk too much smack about this one. I'm surprised this isn't higher up, right? This is sitting at 5.5 in the contest. It's 6 across the board. We've seen Vikings money come in. We talked about how good of a matchup this is for the Vikings against a Falcons team where there's a ton of questions around Kirk Cousins, around that offense, around the defense, and yet we're still seeing this Vikings team down further. I thought they would for sure be in the top 5. I'm actually happy we're sitting here at 9. I think that, or 8. I'm sorry. I think that's a pretty good spot for them, and I'm surprised to see the Falcons sitting at 9 directly behind them.
Let's get to our G-Bank best bet, and for me, I'll tell you what I'm happy about is the 5th play for me, though, is way down at the bottom because I took the Jags at +3.5. Only 692 people on that. I get to bet against Billy Levi's, and it becomes a really good contest play. Sign me up all the time. That is my G-Bank best bet. What about you?
It's funny. You're betting on Mac Jones. You left that part out of that equation, but well, that's okay, Matt. We'll let that one go. Yeah, give me the Vikings here. Vikings -5.5. My favorite play on the board. I'm again surprised this one isn't in the top 5. This is a matchup nightmare for this Falcons team. I think the Vikings have a ton of success, and as I mentioned, I'm ready, set, bet. It's Penix time. You're going to see Penix here in the second half.
Best bets are brought to you by G-Bank, the official bank of VEASAN. The G-Bank Visa Signature Card is your best bet, delivering 1% cashback rewards on eligible gaming transactions and 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. For more information, head on over to VEASAN.com/GBank. That's VSIN.com/GBank. Subject credit approval and terms and conditions do apply. I told you I don't like this Jets team, and apparently people are really, really jumping off of that bandwagon, Mike. The second least selected of the week is the Jets +5.5. Yes, a Thursday game got bigger selections than the Jets did this week. Just 493 people there on the Jets. When we come back, we'll discuss all of this stuff with Circa Survivor. Just 52 entries remain.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com. Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun. With all sports, all seasons, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
This is VEASAN Primetime.
If you're talking about 7 for Las Vegas, I'm going to be in here on the Raiders because I
spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community. Support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Chargers and Browns, your top 5 selection over in Circa Million. And honestly, Cardinals, Chiefs, Vikings, Falcons, Eagles, Rams, Cowboys, Raiders, Seahawks, and Titans all got at least 1,000 selections this week. So a bunch of different opinions on a lot of these games. And if you do want to bet any of these in real life and you happen to live or can get to New Jersey, Colorado, Iowa, Arizona, or Virginia, you should do so at one of our friends at Sport Trade. You get over to Sport Trade, not only are you going to get the big money down, and they'll let you get the big money down, but they'll do it at minus 104 lines as opposed to the minus 110. And then, of course, if you do live in state there and you're able to have the app open during games, they take the live bets instantly. They don't sit there and make you sweat whether they're going to take your money or not. They allow you to go in and pop in and get instant approval on your in-game stuff. So download Sport Trade, use the code VSIN, VSIN, 10% cash back on every one of your wagers for the first week. Now, terms do apply on this. 21 years or older, and if you do have a gambling problem, please, 1-800-GAMBLER. Matt and Mike here are going to run through what we think here of Circa Survivor. And I did, we do this little exercise each week. Producer Corey comes out and he's like, what do you think it's going to be? I did say the Steelers. I thought it was going to be the Steelers this week. It ended up being the Steelers this week. And I think more than anything, not necessarily the most shocking thing, Mike, that the Steelers, which by the way, 20 entries are going to be on them. That's 38.5% of the pool. And 47 different people had them available. So about half the people that had the Steelers available used them. I think the more interesting thing for me was the Eagles at 11. Not that they were at 11, but there were 14 different entries that had them available and only 11 used them. So 3 different people out there chose to save the Eagles. And I guess if you go in and look, you're not going to play them against Pittsburgh next week, and you're probably not going to play them on the road against Washington. So, I guess you're holding out to Dallas. I guess you're holding out to the Giants. You think you're going to make it the whole way, because those are the last 2 weeks of the season. So I don't know. If I had them available, I probably would have played them this week.
Yeah, I probably would have played the Eagles too. But look, this is a week where you've got 5 teams that have a 70% or greater win expectation. Miami sitting there at 69% as well. So not one of the quote unquote more difficult weeks. Now we've seen those weeks blow up in the past. So we'll see if that happens again here. But this does look like an Eagles team that's going to have to push the Lions all the way to the end of the season for that 1 seed out there in the NFC. So you're probably going to have something on the line for the Eagles when they take on the Dallas Cowboys in week 17 at home. And if you're sitting there and you're saying, look, I like one of these teams. I like Pittsburgh. I like Minnesota. I like Tampa. And I think that 17th week or that 18th week is going to be more difficult. You're most likely going to have a situation where Philadelphia needs to keep winning games. And because of that, I can see why 3 people decided to zag here, assuming that you had another big opinion. Pittsburgh was a little surprised to me. I'm not shocked by it, but I have seen a lot of people like the Cleveland points, +7. And we saw that in millions, where Cleveland comes in the 5th most selected team at +7. Yet you have the opposite side of that leading the way here in Survivor. Fun stat, Tomlin has never lost as a 6-point or greater favorite to the same team twice in a season. Obviously lost against this Cleveland team, laying 6 on the road. Now you're laying 7 at home. Looks like a situation where Pittsburgh should get it done, but I still don't trust the variance with this Russell Wilson offense, especially when it's Jameis on the other side, who is going to sling it. You just don't know if it's going to work out well or badly for you.
The reason why I thought it was going to be Pittsburgh more than anything was it's either this week or never. And so it was kind of like you get them as a touchdown favorite. And then because after this, it's at Philly, at Baltimore, the Chiefs, and then closing out the season against Cincinnati. So, I mean, it's either this week or never for the Steelers. And so that's why I did think that they were going to be number 1. And then that ended up being the case. Philadelphia, as we mentioned, there were 14 different people that could have used. Only 11 did. That said, look, you get Dallas in 17, you get the Giants in 18. I know that's really, really, really forward thinking to looking out to make the final 2 weeks of this contest when we're really trying to just get through and survive here. They're down to 52 entries, Mike. But having Philadelphia come week 17, where you could have the choice to use them in 17 or 18, there's 3 entries that is going to have Philadelphia left. And I think that those 3 entries are going to become very interesting should they make it past the next couple of weeks.
Well, in that week 17, only 3 teams with a 70% or greater expectation. That's Philadelphia against Dallas, Buffalo against the Jets, and Tampa Bay against Carolina. You're sitting pretty if you can have Philadelphia there. And look, if you want to win this contest, if you want to be the sole survivor, you're going to have to get through week 17 and 18. I think that's very, very apparent considering that we're at 52 here with just 5 weeks and 6 selections left in the season. So I don't hate the game theory behind it. But like I said, you got to have someone you really like here. And I'm surprised that Miami and the Vikings are both sitting there. Now, the Dolphins only had 8 people available to use them, so the 4 for them, not nearly as surprising. 27 people had the option to take the Vikings here. Just 4 pulled the trigger on it. I love this Vikings game, and we talked about it with my G-Bank Best Bet in the millions last segment. This is just a terrible matchup for this Falcons team. I'm surprised just 4 people on the Vikings, Matt.
There is one person that took the Titans. And I said this earlier in the show, and I'm going to say it again. Whoever you are, tweet at me. Tell me what you do for a living. Do you test bulletproof vests for a living or something? Do you let people shoot at you and make sure that like that? What do you do? Will Levis, you definitely had one of these other teams available. I need to know the thought process behind this. Will Levis only as a 3-point favorite too. Like, I mean, it's not even a big favorite. I mean, you're getting a field goal favorite with the Tennessee Titans, Mike. I mean, look, they made it this far. Their entries were $274,000, so good on them. I just cannot imagine why this click happened. There's no way that they don't have any of these other teams available.
Well, I mean, it is technically the last spot to use Tennessee, Matt. It's the only game that they're going to be favorited for the rest of the season. So there you go. Maybe that's the thought process on it. I'm surprised 3 people clicked the Bengals too. This is a Bengals team that's decimated this pool. They are officially out for the final time, have no chance at making the playoffs now. And you got a Cowboys team that looked a little bit better on Thanksgiving. And so now you get extra rest heading into this game at home on a Monday night. I'm surprised we got clicks on those 2, as well as New Orleans. The bottom 3 really surprised me because it feels like those top 5 options have a very good chance of winning. And those bottom 3, much more treacherous clicks, if you will.
Yeah, New Orleans with 2 people and Titans with 1, to me, is just wild. Again, now you're taking New Orleans, a dome team, on the road, outdoors, without Taysom Hill, so without a big piece of what that kind of offense is. You've already missing a ton of other pieces as well. And if Drew Lock has anything left, right, Mike, now he's had a week to start. He's been the starter for 2 weeks now, so maybe understands the offense a little bit better, understands New Orleans really, really shocking to me as well.
Yeah, and again, for me, it's a lot of the reason is there are 4 or 5 very good options here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could even make an argument there are 6 very good options here. So to end up with one of those other teams really going contrarian, but how fitting would it be if Billy Levi's ends up scooping this pool because the other 7 lose? I don't think it's going to happen, but man, that'd be a wild way to end a wild Survivor season here. I mentioned this in the last Survivor segment as well earlier. 12-1 on the parlay this week. Last week it was 45-1. The only loss was the Cincinnati Bengals knocking out 2 survivors at that monster number. So a lot more likely, 4x more likely actually, that we're going to see everybody through this week versus getting everyone through last week.
Mike, there is, I mean, as we look ahead to Christmas and then the day after Christmas, which is a week of itself, there's 3 different games, which is, as we know, this is one of the wrinkles here in this contest. Chiefs, Steelers, Ravens, Texans, Seahawks, Bears. I mean,
yeah,
we've had difficult weeks in this contest before. This is unreal. I mean, if I told you that the Chiefs went on the road and lost to the Steelers, you're not shocked about that at all. If I told you the Ravens went on the road and lost to the Texans, you're not shocked. And certainly the Seahawks, who have been up and down and up and down and up and down, going on the road to the Bears and losing would not shock you either. So any of the 3 most likely picks for that week are all going to be on the road.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. I mean, the highest win expectation in that week, Baltimore at 55%. So that means all 3 games are between the 45 and 55% expectation mark. Literally 3 coin flips that you are getting in that week. It's going to really separate the pretenders from the contenders here in this contest. That's the one we're going to be able to shave off quite a bit of this pool.
Yeah, I mean, if anyone has the Chiefs left, obviously that's where you're using them. And you're, like we said, you're just going to battle with Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid, and it just is what it is, right? I mean, like that's the obvious selection that week, but man, you're not feeling comfortable about it.
I'd like that Baltimore. That would be the team that I would want if I could pick anyone. But a lot of people have used Baltimore because they weren't planning on that.
It is absolutely crazy that we've gotten down to this. Again, we're down to 52 entries. Started with over 14,000. Each one of those 52 entries worth $274,346. We have here on our handy dandy little sheet, which you can find it over at VSiN.com. All the breakdowns, be sure and take advantage of that. If you're around tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern, head on over to the YouTube channel, head on over to our X, and you'll be able to see a college football betting preview whenever they finally reveal this 12-team bracket. So be sure and take in that as well. Good luck on all your bets here in Week 14.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. This Black Friday, trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Hurry into Verizon this Black Friday. Service plan required for Watch and Tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
This is VSiN Primetime.
Playing the Rams plus 4.5 against the Bills. I think it's a tough spot for the Bills. Coming off the Sunday night game, I saw some things again pop up.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets. And they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops, the rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No.
Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this.
To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. Cool. Very cool. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app. You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is Cashing Out on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Coming to you from the Circa Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas, I'm Scott Seidenberg. This is Cashing Out right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Always on Twitter at Scott's On Air and at VSiN Live. We welcome your tweets, contribute to the program as we get you ready for all of the NFL week. What is it? Wow, we're now in this part of the season. It's almost Christmas time. The season is going to be over before we know it. Like, we only have a couple of weeks left to figure out which teams are going to make the playoffs. 14, 15, 16, 17. Like, this is, you know, when Scott Hansen on the Red Zone channel says it's the witching hour, like, this is the part of the season that it becomes the witching hour, to steal from Scott Hansen there. But it is for real, because seeding's on the line, playoff spots are on the line, and you get to a situation with some of these teams as we approach the latter part of the season, you know, and you break the season down into quarters, and as we enter the fourth quarter of the season, it's going to be interesting to see if certain teams are dead teams walking. Now, I think, again, I say this every week, you can't say the term quit. It's a horrible term. These are professional athletes. Everyone's out there getting paid to do a job. And so no one quits in the NFL. Sure, organizations might not put the teams in the best positions to succeed, but the players, to a man, are going out there and they're playing their hardest. And I think we see signs each and every week of teams that we think might be dead teams walking because they have nothing to play for. They're not going to make the postseason, but yet they go out and play hard, maybe harder than we think they're going to play. I think we've seen that from the Cleveland Browns over the past couple of weeks. Certainly, Jameis Winston has injected life into that team. It's one of the classic what ifs. If Winston was the quarterback all along and not Deshaun Watson, where would this team be? Because there's a lot of talent around that football team. We know the head coach, even though it's been a terrible season, is a 2-time coach of the year, right? The reigning coach of the year. And so we look at that team and we look at that organization and we say, yeah, they're hamstrung by a terrible contract with a quarterback that has not lived up to it. But now Jameis Winston has injected some life into them. They're not going to make the playoffs, regardless of what Stefanski might have said on Hard Knocks. If you watch that AFC North in-season Hard Knocks, which debuted earlier this week, and he's trying to pump his team up saying, hey, well, we're already in the playoffs. Look at our opponents. We're in the playoffs. But the Browns are playing hard. The win 2 weeks ago against the Steelers was the high watermark. They're making the snow angels after the game. Jameis Winston singing Christmas songs all over the field. Everyone's having a great time. Last week was the prototypical Jameis Winston experience, where he's going to throw for over 400 yards. He's going to have a monster passing day, but he's also going to throw the pick six, and he's going to cost you the game. Now, I'm not saying he was the reason why the Browns lost that game, but it was the full Jameis Winston experience on Monday Night Football. Now, this Browns team goes to Pittsburgh to play against the Steelers in a place, in a building that they have not won in since 2003. That's right, folks. The Cleveland Browns have lost 20 straight regular season games in Pittsburgh. The last time they won a football game in Pittsburgh, October of 2003. And Mike Tomlin, 17-1 at home in Pittsburgh against the Cleveland Browns. 11-7 against the spread against the Cleveland Browns. The average line in those games is 6.8, and we have a line in this game that is climbing up to 7. But this is a spot where the Pittsburgh Steelers are playing with revenge because the Cleveland Browns beat them 2 weeks ago. This is also a rare spot that we see from time to time in the NFL, where it's not just a revenge spot in the division, but it is it's so close to each other. It's the second time they're playing in 3 weeks. Now, we see this all the time where we have divisional opponents that play 2 games in 3 weeks. The Steelers against the Browns are one of those games. Another one of those games is the Cardinals against the Seahawks. We'll get to that game a little bit later on because obviously there's much more on the line in that game when it comes to the playoff outlook than in the Steelers versus the Browns. But I start with the Steelers-Browns game because the Browns are one of those teams that I question, are they a dead team walking? Did they win their Super Bowl 2 weeks ago against the Pittsburgh Steelers? And the all-out effort in primetime Monday Night Football on the road in Denver, and it doesn't go their way. What's the attitude? What's the intensity level on a short week going to Pittsburgh in a place where you haven't won since 2003? Now, certainly you're going to get up for these games. It's a divisional game. And obviously, as an NFL player, you get up for every game. But it's hard to get up. It's natural to have a letdown. Can you have a letdown in a divisional game against your rival? Probably not. But it's something to question whether or not the weight of the reality of the season is starting to come down on this team. The Browns are just one of those teams. Another one of those teams plays on Monday Night Football, and that's the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati, with another loss where the offense just dominates, 38 points in a loss to the Steelers. They lose that game, their third loss in a row. Now they're 4-8, and they're not going to make the playoffs. Was last week's loss the ultimate dream crusher scenario? And is this team now a dead team walking? How many weeks can you go out there and give it your all and watch your offense put up 30 points multiple times and you still lose the football game? How many times can you have the NFL passing leader the NFL receiving leader, the NFL sacks leader, and you're a 4-8 football team. How many one-score games do you have to lose before, as I mentioned, the weight of the reality that your season is not going anywhere starts to weigh on you? Will it weigh on the Cleveland Browns against the Steelers? More importantly, will it weigh on the Cincinnati Bengals on Monday night as a road favorite going to Dallas? Let's take a look at some other games where we could have that situation. San Francisco is a home favorite against the Bears. That line has gone down because the injuries are just piling up for the 49ers. This is a team that is used to being a favorite. They're a favorite essentially every single game. 2 weeks ago was the first time that the 49ers were an underdog since Brock Purdy, since that game where they went to the game against Philly in the playoffs where Brock Purdy got hurt. And then last week was the first time that Brock Purdy started a game, finished a game where they were underdogs. And now you look at the injury situation. McCaffrey on IR. The backup, Jordan Mason, on IR. Nick Bosa has been ruled out for this game. Season's getting away. How many things have to fall down for the 49ers to realize it's not happening this year? Now, I'm not saying it's the end of their run and they're never going to get back to where they were, but they paid a lot of people. This was the window. This was the time. And now they're 5-7. Seattle's 7-5 in first place. If Seattle wins against Arizona, they'll be close to wrapping up this division. And if Arizona wins, Arizona's going to be in a great position to win this division. 49ers, pride, sure, all that stuff. But again, reality has to set in at some point. And so you have to think in the NFL as we get later and later in the season, which spots are we going to pick to fade the teams that are accepting their reality? Are the 49ers accepting their reality? Are the Bengals accepting their reality? Are the Browns accepting their reality? Have the Jets accepted it already? No Breece Hall, no Sauce Gardner going down to Miami to play a division rival. You're 3-9. Everyone's looking forward to next year. Have the Giants accepted it? You're 2-10. Drew Lock's going to start once again. You got injuries on your defensive line, which had been the best part of your team this year. Have they accepted it? You know, I thought the Panthers might have been a team that accepted their fate. But I think they're in a different situation because they have a quarterback that's playing for the future. They have a quarterback that was benched because of how poorly he was playing, and everyone said was a bust and one of the worst number one overall picks, but now has since come on and emerged. And so even though they're losing these games, even though they're 3-9, they've covered 4 straight, and they haven't accepted their reality because their reality was accepted before the season started. They knew they weren't a playoff team, but they now know, and maybe they knew before we did, that they have their quarterback. And so there is a team that's playing hard, but it is a team we want to back here on Sunday. I'm Scott Seidenberg. Hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. Hit us all up on the network at VSiN Live. It's cashing out right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sportsbook, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com. Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun, with all sports, all seasons. Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
Nobody wants to get ripped off, broken into, or robbed, but nobody wants to pay a lot of money to have their home protected either. I've got an offer to tell you about to provide home security for your home for less than $1 a day. For real, with no installation or equipment charges. And this is from a company rated #1 by a leading consumer research company. According to the facts, most of you won't even call unless there's a burglary in your neighborhood or something bad happens. So let's give you a reason. Save money. For less than $1 a day with no other costs, you can get your home secured. Plus, get a lifetime equipment replacement warranty. You need protection for your home. Call the Home Security Hotline right now.
800-402-7117. 800-402-7117. 800-402-7117. Call right now. That's 800-402-7117.
Mahoning Valley's leader for golf, Milk Creek Golf Course, is now booking tee times for 2024. We offer stay and play opportunities available with 9 area hotel partners. For more information, visit our website at millcreekmetroparks.org. Also, look for new, exciting opportunities coming soon, including an indoor player development center with Trackman, an indoor Callaway Club fitting center, and an Odyssey fitting studio in 2024. Follow us on Facebook at Milk Creek Golf Course or call 330-740-7112.
Malutic Live is your home for high school sports. We have all the scores on our social media platforms throughout the games. Enjoy our timely updates from local area schools year-round. You won't get the consistency and reliability from anyone else. Our #1 priority is servicing our fans and getting them live news as it's happening. Follow us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram at Malutic_live. And remember, our fans come first.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
By Zyn nicotine pouches. There's only one #1 draft pick. There's only one champion at the end of the season. And there's only one nicotine pouch brand in America that outsells the rest. And that is Zyn. Zyn is a smoke-free, spit-free, hassle-free nicotine pouch that can be enjoyed anywhere, anytime. Find your Zyn at Zyn.com. That's ZYN.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
Scott Seidenberg back here on Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Last segment talked about teams that might be accepting their reality. And I think injuries might be an indicator as to what teams are thinking. And what I mean by that is, look at the 49ers. And yes, they are just ravaged by injuries with both McCaffrey and Mason going to IR. Trent Williams has had an up and down season. He's dealing with an injury. He's also dealing with some personal stuff with his family. And, well, the 49ers ruled him out for this game against the Bears. They also rule out Nick Bosa for this game against the Bears. If the 49ers were in a position where they were maybe tied for first place or in first place, like if they were really contending, I have a feeling both Trent Williams and Nick Bosa would be playing in this game. But because they're likely accepting the reality that they're not going anywhere this season, those guys aren't going to push it with their injuries. The New York Jets, if they were in contention, Breece Hall and Sauce Gardner probably play in this game. But they know this is a lost season, Why run the risk of further injury? Brees Hall and Sauce Gardner will sit this game out. I think it's interesting when you look at the injuries around the NFL, and I'll update you on all the injury notes, but that might tell you who's pushing for it and who's given up on the year. Mentioned for the Jets, no Sauce Gardner, no Brees Hall. I mentioned for the 49ers, no Nick Bosa, no Trent Williams. We already know McCaffrey and Mason out. So Isaac Guerendo will be the lead back. Guerendo's fun to say. Other players that are not going to be playing here on Sunday, Kenneth Walker. That's a big loss for Seattle going up in their matchup against the Arizona Cardinals in a key divisional game. And positive news for Monday, CeeDee Lamb and Jake Ferguson are off the injury report and are good to go for the Cowboys against the Bengals. See, the Cowboys are a team I think is still fighting. I don't think the Cowboys are a team that has quit on the year. 5-7, stranger things have happened. Let's stick in the NFC, and I want to talk about one of the interesting games that's on this schedule, and it's the highest spread that's on the schedule. It's the Philadelphia Eagles at home against the Carolina Panthers, a team that I think is fighting, a team that is playing probably their best football that we've seen in a couple of seasons from the Carolina Panthers. I mentioned that they've covered 4 straight games, and it's a rarity for a team that is losing like they're losing to still be covering in these football games. So here's what I looked at. I looked at teams that are bad football teams. And every week I talk about what are bad football teams. A bad football team to me, and I think to you, and this is arbitrary, but this is where I draw my cutoff. I think if you have 3 wins or less after week 10 of the season, so you've played 10 games. If you're 3-7 or 2-8 or 1-9 or 0-10, we can all agree you're a bad football team. No one's gonna doubt that. Now you can stretch it. Okay, what if 4 wins? Well, I think if you're sitting there at 4-6 on the year, the verdict's still out on you because certain teams at 4-6 still got a shot. But 3-7, that's kind of where I draw the line. So I think 3 wins or less after week 10 of the season, I consider you a bad team. So the Carolina Panthers are a bad team. They're a bad team, though it's playing good football. I'll give them that. They've covered 4 straight games. And so I looked at my database and I wanted to know how many bad teams go on 4-game ATS win streaks, like the Carolina Panthers, who have covered 4 straight games, but are still a 3-win football team. They are 3-9. Well, since 2012, it's only happened 5 times. Those 5 teams in their next game, 0-5 against the spread. Not only are they not covering the games, but they are not covering the games by 14.9 points per game. They're getting blown out in the games. Now, the average line is -8, and it makes sense. You're a 3-win football team. Like, you're a bad football team. You're going to be north of a touchdown dog because it's late in the season and you only have 3 wins or 2 or 1 or 0. Those teams are usually heavy dogs. But the fact that they've covered 4 straight games, again, it's rare. 5 times since 2012. 5 times. All 5 times they have not covered, and all 5 times they have been blown out. On average, scoring only 12 points per game and allowing 34. These games tend to be blowouts. But there's another aspect of this Panthers game that I find pretty interesting. The Panthers lost in overtime last week in a game that some would say they should have won. It's like they got lucky and then unlucky. Lucky that the Bucs missed a field goal in overtime. Unlucky that Chuba Hubbard, who doesn't really fumbles, and then the Bucs go win the game. So I was curious. If you lose a game in overtime as a home underdog, but you covered the game, because they did. They covered the spread in that game. So how do those teams respond? Because it's one thing to say, okay, we covered at home. It's another thing to say, we almost won the game, and we didn't. So if you lost in overtime as a home dog, but you still covered the spread, and then you go on the road where you're north of a touchdown underdog, because I'll remind you, you're a bad football team. I'll say that a lot. I looked at the database again. It's happened 7 times since 2012. Those teams are 0-7 straight up, losing by 13 points per game. They're doing okay against the spread, 3-4, but the average line is really high in these games. It's 10.2. So they're double-digit dogs. So they're covering 3 out of 7 times. They've never won a game. They're 0-7 straight up. The teams that lose in overtime as a home dog, and then but cover and then go on the road. And if you look at how many points they're scoring in these games, it's kind of similar to the last trend that I talked about, where in the last trend they're only scoring 12 points per game. In this situation, they're only scoring 13 points per game. So I wanted to see if this was a thing only in the modern football era, or if it actually goes back further. So I went back to 1993 to see how these teams do. Again, lost as a home dog but covered. Now you go on the road and you're a big underdog. Instead of 0-7 straight up, 1-19 straight up, losing by 16 points per game. And the ATS numbers, 7-13 against the spread. And again, it's a high line, 10.8 points on average. So you're a double-digit dog in these games. But 1-19 straight up. You know who's happy about that? The bettor that placed the $3.1 million bet here at Circa on the Eagles to win this game against the Carolina Panthers. I don't know if Derek and the crew want to hear these trends, but all signs point to an Eagles win. Now, I think it's really interesting when you look at these trend lines, because while, yes, it's obvious they're a 12.5 point favorite, so 13.5 point favorite, it's like, okay, yeah, they're going to win the game. But the opponents, like the team in this situation would be the Carolina Panthers, the bad team. They're not scoring. They're only averaging 13 or 12 points per game. So one of my first best bets that I'm going to give out here on the program, it's not the Philadelphia Eagles and backing the $3.1 million bet. No. It's going to be the Panthers team total under. Because like this trend suggests, I don't see the Carolina Panthers scoring a ton of points here in this game because of their situation. Throw in the fact that the Eagles' defense is incredible. Give me Panthers team total under. That is best bet number 1. Jeff Ulrich will give us some best bets coming up next. I'm Scott Seidenberg. It's Cashing Out here on VSiN.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
GBank is the official bank of VSiN. Why? For one, unlike other credit cards, GBank does not treat sports betting transactions as a cash advance. And for every eligible gaming transaction, you'll earn a 1% cashback reward. That's right, 1% cashback rewards on every eligible wager. And you'll earn 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. Apply for the GBank Visa Signature Card today at VSiN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply. This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
Coach of the year.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human. And she's got this little toy she's always playing with, all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese. And guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
Scott Seidenberg back here. It's Cashing Out on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. We'll talk a little college football coming up later on in the program as we prepare for the unveiling of the 12-team college football playoff bracket coming on Sunday. But let's stay focused on the NFL and try to find the edges, not just for the games, but also in the prop market as well. As we welcome back to the program, joining us on the Progressive Guest Line, Jeff Ulrich from DraftKings and FantasyLife.com. And Jeff, I just got done talking about the Carolina Panthers game against the Philadelphia Eagles, where I look at the Panthers and the way the Eagles defense has been playing. I like Panthers team total under. It's a low number at 15.5, but this game to me feels like a 27-10 written all over it, 31-10 type of football game for the Eagles to cruise and show their dominance here over a Carolina team that I'll admit has been playing good football, but is still only a 3-win football team. What's your take on this game?
Yeah, no, I mean, I was talking about this game earlier in the week with someone, and we kind of liked Bryce Young under 0.5 passing touchdowns. It kind of just flows into the same bet. You look at this game and how long are the Panthers going to have the ball? I mean, it feels like this game is just going to be one long drive for the Philadelphia Eagles with Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, a couple plays to AJ Brown, and then the Panthers on offense obviously going to try and establish Chuba Hubbard, but against this defense, having Bryce Young drop back, this isn't the Buccaneers. This isn't like a bit of a failing secondary against the Chiefs. This is a completely different animal. This is the best team in the NFL, quite frankly, over the past month or two. I just don't see the Panthers being able to move the ball consistently. And like I said, the way the Eagles move the ball on offense, I don't think the opportunities are going to be there for the Panthers to get like a touchdown and 3 field goals or whatever they need to get over that number. So it doesn't sound like a big total, but when you look at the matchup, it actually sounds like almost an impossible total.
Yeah, they are 31st in run defense DVOA, the Carolina Panthers. So the Eagles, who are they run the most out of anybody in the NFL, are going to have success on the ground. Now, part of me would have said, all right, maybe we don't pay the tax and look at Saquon Barkley props, but the fact that he is on pace to break the single season rushing record, I think they actually want to feed him some more. I don't think, and we all remember the clip from earlier in the season when they were playing the Giants and Nick Sirianni asked him, hey, you're close to your career high. You want to go back in? And he's like, nah, let the backups eat, all that stuff. If that situation happens again, Sirianni's not going to ask him. They're going to put him back in because they want him to get this rushing title.
We want him to get the rushing title. And look, I mean, we can make fun of the Panthers all we want. And, the Panthers haven't had a good year. And, Bryce Young's had a couple good games, but this team has been competitive over their last 2 starts. I think that the one thing that's probably going through the Eagles locker room right now is don't get distracted. And I mean, we can sit here and theorize, oh yeah, they're going to take Barkley out. I mean, if the Panthers do show up a little bit, Saquon is going to absolutely get to 20 or 25, 30 carries in this spot and potentially will get to 150, 200 yards. So I don't think that the Panthers have to do much to keep Saquon on the field here. I really don't. I think that the Eagles will be focused on not taking this team lightly because, they don't want this streak to end that they're on. They want to keep chasing the Lions. And like you said, I mean, we got records in play now. Saquon Barkley's in the MVP conversation. This is typical. This is not when guys get sat when they're that high up and sort of, for those obviously big flag awards. So,
all right, let's talk about some other games here and let's get to your best bets for this slate of games. And we'll start with the Raiders game against the Tampa Bay Bucks. Now, I am a Bucks backer because I'm a Bucky Irving guy. Bucky Irving is just single-handedly saving my fantasy season, and betting on his rushing props has been honestly the most fun thing that I've been doing this entire season. And he is, I looked at you can look at all these advanced metrics with the broken tackles, the rushing yards over expected, but his explosive run rate, he's getting double-digit runs at a better pace than Saquon Barkley and even Derrick Henry. So Bucky's my guy. But you're on the other side of this game. Now, I know Bucky's banged up, and we'll see what his status is, but you like the Raiders here catching the points. Tell me why.
I mean, and again, there's obviously, Tampa Bay's got Baker Mayfield. They obviously have really just improved as a rushing offense with Bucky Irving's emergence. And it's a pretty solid matchup overall. Although I will say the Raiders front has really improved since the start of the year. And I do think, as much as I didn't really like the Raiders to start the year, I think they are starting to play better with Antonio Pierce. They look like that team that we saw at the end of last year that was really competitive down the stretch. And the big factor to me is they have Aiden O'Connell back under center. That's when this team was successful. That's when this team covered 4 or 5 times in a row to end last year. And again, look at last game. They covered against the Chiefs with O'Connell. And I do think this Tampa Bay Buccaneers team, solid. Yes, they have some explosiveness on offense now with Bucky Irving. That's great. But, they have holes. Their secondary is not good outside of Jamal Dean. I mean, this is a spot for Brock Bowers, for potentially even Trey Tucker to get off. And I think with O'Connell back there playing a little bit better, a little bit more confident now with the starting job, I think they're going to be able to do enough and potentially put the Bucs on their heels. So absolutely, I won't be shocked if Bucky Irving finds the end zone again. I think this will actually be a bit of a higher scoring game. I kind of like the over in the spot too, but I feel like 7 points is too much to give the Buccaneers right now, especially in this spot. I think the Raiders definitely earned a little bit of respect over the last couple games, especially last game with O'Connell, and with him back under center. And their defense is playing a little bit better. I do like the 7 points with the Raiders.
So who would you attack then in the prop market? Would it be, you mentioned Trey Tucker possibly. Obviously, Brock Bowers is a guy who I think he's on a historic pace as well and could be a long shot to take the Offensive Rookie of the Year award away from the 2 quarterbacks in Bo Nix and Jaden Daniels that are battling for it, because I feel like more people should be paying attention to Brock Bowers. But his numbers are starting to get pricey. You're starting to get taxed on Bowers overs in the market. So who on the Raiders are you looking at?
And, the Raiders are nice for props because it's really like a very condensed target share. They basically have 3 receivers, and it's Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, and then the third guy who people sometimes forget about is Trey Tucker. Trey Tucker's playing almost every single snap. He had 100% route rate in the Raiders last game. Now, he only caught 1 pass, I admit, but it did go for over 50 yards and a touchdown. And his targeting before that last game was a lot higher. Trey Tucker's prop is up to 29.5. It opened at 27.5, which is what I bet it at. We have this projected for in the mid 30s. I think this is still too low at 29.5. I'd play the over. I think Trey Tucker is also a guy you should be looking at it for alt lines in this game. Again, I mentioned the Tampa Bay secondary. They're not good. They've been bottom tier against wide receivers all season. They're around 10th in terms of yards per game given up to opposing wide receivers. I think Trey Tucker's in a very good spot. I think it's just a good buy low spot. And again, when you look at this Raiders offense, there's just not many bodies getting worked in. We know Bowers is going to get his. Myers will get his looks. But, the defenses know that too. And the defenses will shade over to both those guys. It's going to leave Trey Tucker open for a big game in this spot, in my opinion. I think his prop is too low. It's not baking in any of that at all or the matchup. So, yeah, I really do like that prop on Trey Tucker. Certainly won't be expect if Myers or Bowers has a good game either. But I think that the value right now is looking for that third guy in Trey Tucker. Just with where his prop is at and taking the over.
And would you mentioned like playing alts, would you consider him to be like a ladder candidate? So you can go over Absolutely. 30, over 40, over 50 and so on and so forth. Just try and grab that plus money on a guy like that?
Absolutely. When you like an over on a guy and you think his initial prop is a little bit undervalued and you're looking at the over as the value, I think there's always more value in also looking at the alternate lines. So, earlier in the day at DK, it was plus 300. For 50 plus 475 for 60 plus.
Wow.
I mean, Trey Tucker is a guy who has reached these levels before. And again, like he went for 50 plus yards on 1 catch. He's an explosive player playing against a weaker secondary. I think there's some really good value on looking to go bigger and take on a little bit more variance with Trey Tucker. So, again, how you size your bets with ladders is kind of up to you. Obviously you can keep the unit size the same, but certainly, I like those alternate lines. Again, whenever you're thinking that one guy is just being a little bit undervalued, always a good thing if you're looking at the over to look at the alternate lines as well.
The Tucker ladder. We're going to keep an eye on for this game for the Raiders. He's Jeff Ulrich from DraftKings and FantasyLife.com. Jeff, do me a favor. Hang on. We'll keep you for another segment because I want to get to some of your other prop bets, including how you think the Dolphins are just going to blow out my New York Jets, which I kind of agree with there. Let me remind you guys about the incredible deal we got going on right now at VSiN.com. With college football and the NFL playoffs coming up soon, now's the time to give yourself the betting edge with a VSiN Pro subscription. Sign up now. You get access to daily best bets with a leaderboard to see which VSiN expert has the hot hand. 19 hours of live programming featuring expert breakdowns and in-game analysis, power strength, and better ratings used by pro handicappers. Plus, our exclusive betting splits from DraftKings and Circa Sportsbooks with trends and analysis to make you a sharper bettor. Start betting smarter today for as little as $9.99 and see everything VSiN has to offer for you to up your betting game. Sign up today at VSiN.com/subscribe. That's VSIN.com/subscribe. Jeff Ulrich from FantasyLife.com and DraftKings will hang with us for another segment. We'll get to more of Jeff's best bets. We'll talk about some of these other games that are intriguing on this schedule, including the Steelers and the Browns, where I will remind you, Cleveland has lost 20 straight games in Pittsburgh in the regular season. Yeah, that's true. It's cashing out here on VSiN.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big and go all night with our luxurious rooms and suites. Book the time of your life today at circalasvegas.com. Elevate your swim game at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun. With all sports, all seasons. Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Scott Seidenberg back here cashing out on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. We'll reconnect with Jeff Ulrich in just a moment, get some more of his prop bets here for the slate of games coming up on this NFL Week 14 Sunday. But are you the type of bettor who's looking to get down $10,000 or more on an NFL line at the best price in the market? Or perhaps you're looking to get your in-game play instantly accepted? Well, introducing Sport Trade, the app that's going to change sports betting. Minus 104 lines instead of the typical minus 110 instant in-game betting and a concierge player service. Sport Trade, perfect for those who want a premium betting experience. And Sport Trade is live in New Jersey, Colorado, Iowa, Arizona, and now Virginia. Download Sport Trade, use code VSiN to earn 10% cash back on each wager in your first week. Terms apply. You must be 21 years or older to play. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Let's head back out to the Progressive guest line and welcome back Jeff Ulrich from DraftKings and FantasyLife.com as we continue to talk about these Week 14 games. And Jeff, let's get into the Dolphins against my New York Jets. The Jets, who I think are accepting their fate, that this season is absolutely lost for them. No Breece Hall in this contest. No Sauce Gardner in this contest. And I think that's a reason why you're going to be picking on the Jets defense here.
I mean, why not, right? I mean, when I first saw this news that Sauce Gardner was doubtful and banged up, you just take a look at Tyreek Hill's lines and Jalen Waddle's lines, and you're like, why are these so low? And I mean, I get that Tyreek Hill has, not had the Tyreek Hill season and not paid off for people in fantasy and stuff, but 61.5 yards for Tyreek Hill. I mean, that is, just from a historic perspective of where we're used to seeing Tyreek Hill's props, excuse me, that is just, it's low. And I mean, even just from a shorter sample size, from the four of his last 6 games, he's gone for 60 plus yards. So I really do think just buying into a little bit of this sort of negativity or low sentiment on Tyreek Hill in this spot makes a ton of sense. We got a division rival completely banged up without their number one corner, playing for nothing under the guise of this Aaron Rodgers dictatorship that. Why wouldn't the Dolphins just go out and blow them out? And why wouldn't Tyreek Hill just have a big game here? I think it's just a good buy low spot in general. I mean, again, we're just used to seeing Tyreek Hill's props at bigger numbers than this. The matchup is better. Tua is playing well. I like Jalen Waddle to go over as well. I think his number is too low. But I mean, Tyreek Hill, to me, that's the player you want. He's still the number one option. They were talking about getting him the ball more against the Packers. I think it probably happens this week against the Jets. So, yeah, I really do like that. And I think his anytime touchdown prop probably worth taking as well. Maybe you could same game parlay them, but realistically, plus 125 or better. Again, historically, just a little bit bigger than we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I think this is one of those opportunities where my analogy is to call it a Lions game. Because, in a prototypical Lions game, everybody does something. You same game parlay all the Lions players, and you're going to have a lot of fun because it's Montgomery scoring, then Gibbs scoring, then Amon-Ra St. Brown scoring. I think this has the chance to be a Lions game for the Miami Dolphins, where Achan's going to score, where Tyreek's going to score, where Waddle's going to go off, Jonnu Smith, because I think this Jets defense, the numbers don't lie. Since they fired Robert Saleh, they have just completely gone down the drain. And now you're without Sauce Gardner. Breece Hall's not playing. It just feels like if the Jets were in contention, then you would have he would be playing in this game. But the fact they're not in contention, these guys are saying, you know what, why even push it?
And historically, Mike McDaniel loves to beat up on the weaker teams. That's kind of been his sauce since joining the Dolphins. They don't do well against good teams, but bad teams, they put up 60s. So we'll see what happens. I'm in agreement. I think this is a spot where you could just see everyone on the Dolphins cash in.
By the way, I'm trademarking that. We're going to call it a Lions. When you this game, you can Lions this game. We're going to make that a thing in fantasy. It's the week we're going to Lions this game. Let's talk about the Pittsburgh Steelers going up against the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland has not won a game in Pittsburgh since 2003. That is a fact. Mike Tomlin is 17-1 straight up against the Cleveland Browns. And in this spot in particular, the Steelers are my best bet of the week. They just lost to Cleveland 2 weeks ago. So this is the immediate revenge spot. Divisional opponent playing for the second time in 3 weeks. Also, the Cardinals fit this mold as well. And when you have that happen, where you lose the first game, and then you are the home team in the second game, you ready for this, Jeff? 16-5 against the spread for the home teams.
I like that.
For the home teams.
I like that. I think it makes sense, right? Two teams that know each other well, typically you're not going to beat a team, twice in 3 weeks that you're close with. It's an interesting game. I think Kevin Stefanski obviously has the Browns playing well, but even as we saw against the Broncos, there's still issues. The defense isn't quite up to what it was last season. Obviously, Jameis is going to be Jameis, but I will say I do like the Cardinals for basically all the reasons you just threw out. So that's interesting. I would probably say that the Steelers I definitely like, but don't like as much. I do think the Browns are going to be semi up for this game. They're going to be up for the game. It's an NFL game. Of course they are, just me saying that. But I think Nick Chubb, this is a big spot for Nick Chubb. This is obviously the team, the place where his knee got blown out last season. And I do think from a prop perspective, buying low into this sort of narrative that, the Steelers are big favorites. Cleveland's not going to do anything. Chubb's not going to be able to get going. Makes sense with Chubb. So
That's a great angle, him looking to shine in the place where he got hurt. I didn't think about that, but that's pretty good there from a prop perspective. I think a lot of people were confused about his usage last week against the Denver Broncos, and so maybe they, I don't want to say they force feed him, but maybe they get him more involved in the offense to kind of, shut down any type of false rumors or anything that was circulating last week.
I mean, look, the Jerome Ford thing was, he was playing well. He got some snaps. I think it pissed off a lot of people who took Nick Chubb's overs last week.
Not me. I had his under. I wanted to send a thank you note to Kevin Stefanski.
That was a complete sicko who actually took him on receiving yards, but we'll get into that another time. So I was happy, but because he did hit the receiving yards. But look, when it comes down to it, like this line on Nick Chubb it's almost like the Tyreek Hill. It's just ridiculously low. We're talking about a guy who's averaged 5 yards per carry for his career. He's getting back in shape, and his line is 38.5. I mean, yes, I don't care if Jerome Ford gets some snaps. Mm-hmm. It's 38.5 here. Like, we're talking about Nick Chubb, who, I mean, yes, he's had some trouble getting going. I get that Ford's been on the field and he's had a couple games where he's averaged 3 yards per carry. And you can say, Jeff, he's come back from major knee injury, but this is a really low line. And, like the Steelers gave up some yards to Chase Brown. I think you have to buy low here on Nick Chubb. It's just too low for me to ignore. Again, a guy we have projected for in the mid 40s, so not super bullish on, but compared to this line, yeah, absolutely.
One final best bet from you, Jeff. You got Amari Cooper going over 38.5 receiving yards. Is this, I actually like this because I like the over in this game. Is it about the Bills just being able to have success against this Rams defense?
I mean, I think I'm just sweeping up all these old guys now who are just like, these lines are just so ridiculously low. It feels like it now that we're listing all these props. But yeah, it's Amari Cooper under 40 yards. But it does go to that point, Scott. Like, we're in a dome here against a Rams team with undersized corners. We're talking two guys well under 6 feet, and Demarius Williams, and they're going to have Forbes back as well, but potentially. But I mean, Amari Cooper just in a dome for most of his career has just been absolute money. He's off. The biggest thing for me with Amari Cooper, I've been waiting this all season. He's off the injury report with this wrist issue. He looked more in tune with Josh Allen that last game, that cool play they had. I think this is a spot where he could really get going. Like I said, I love the matchup, and I do like the potential for some back and forth here. I mean, Karen Williams, I think, can get going against this Bills rush defense. If that happens, it's just going to force more Josh Allen dropbacks against a weaker secondary. So yeah, just another really good buy low spot, I think, on a player who, has had a tough year, but is starting to come out of it a bit and in a good spot for the week. I just think that this prop is just a yard or two too low as well.
Yeah, it's one of the highest totals on the board this week, but for good reason. Like, these are two capable offenses that I think will both have success because of the weaknesses of the opposing defenses. So I do think the Rams should have success running the football. I do think Kyren Williams could go off and have a big day. I think Puka is certainly going to be live, but I think Josh Allen, he can smell this MVP. And I think he's going to put up a big game here, and Amari Cooper could be the beneficiary of this. Jeff, good spot. Appreciate the time as always. Good luck with your bets.
So thanks a lot.
There he is, Jeff Ulrich from DraftKings. Check him out, fantasylife.com as well, giving us some best prop bets here for NFL Week 14 Sunday and Monday action as well. We got a Monday Night Football game between the Cowboys and the Bengals. I like the over in that game a lot between the Bills and the Rams. That'll be one of my best bets. But my one best bet that I'm really obsessed with is the Pittsburgh Steelers here against the Cleveland Browns. And it is a high number. And some people might be deterred by the high number. But the situation is calling for the Steelers here, just like the situation is calling for the Cardinals against the Seahawks. I'll explain coming up next why the Steelers and the Cardinals, but more so the Steelers, are such a good play here on this board. I'm Scott Seidenberg. Hit me up on Twitter at Scott's On Air. It's Cashing Out here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
GBank is the official bank of VSiN. Why? For one, unlike other credit cards, GBank does not treat sports betting transactions as a cash advance. And for every eligible gaming transaction, you'll earn a 1% cashback reward. That's right, 1% cashback rewards on every eligible wager. And you'll earn 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. Apply for the GBank Visa Signature Card today at VSiN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it. Green light, let's get it.
The Mahoning Valley Federals is the area's minor league football team. After only 2 years in existence and an appearance in the league playoff semifinal game, the Federals are looking to add Valley High School and college talent to help take the next step toward a league championship. For more information on how to become part of the Federals journey, go to Facebook at the Mahoning Valley Federals Developmental Football Team or contact General Manager John Galbraith at 330-540-1099. The Mahoning Valley Federals, honoring the football tradition in the Valley.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
This is Cashing Out on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Scott Seidenberg back here with you, cashing out here on VSiN, the sports betting network. Always on Twitter at Scott's On Air and at VSiN Live. Talked about the Pittsburgh Steelers and their game against the Cleveland Browns as being one of the better situations on the schedule here in Week 14. The Arizona Cardinals being the other team that's in the exact same situation. Now, what is that role? Well, it's a divisional game where it's the second matchup in 3 weeks. So you're playing a divisional opponent for the second time in a 3-week span. If you lost the first game, so think about this. You lost the first game 2 weeks ago. How do you do in the second game? Well, you're 24-14 against the spread since 2012. That alone, pretty good numbers. When you're favored in those matchups, 6-2 against the spread. Like those numbers as well. But here's where it really gets interesting. When you're the home team, regardless of favorite or dog, when you're the home team, 16-5 against the spread. And think about how much this makes sense. You're playing a divisional opponent that you're ultimately familiar with, whom you game plan for and play twice a year, every single year. You're coming off of a loss in the division, and you know the importance of these division games because it's not just one game. It's like 1.5 games each in terms of the standings. And so you're the home team in the second matchup of this divisional rivalry in a 3-week span. It's the immediate revenge spot. And the fact that you're home gives you the edge in the second matchup. So if you lost the first matchup on the road, you win the second matchup at home. You're 16-5 against the spread. And when you are a home favorite, like the Steelers are, like the Cardinals are against the Seahawks, 5-1 ATS in those spots. But for the Steelers, there's another subset that's really intriguing about this particular matchup. I was looking at their schedule, and I didn't realize this, at the time, and then I started thinking about it even further. This is the 4th straight divisional game for the Pittsburgh Steelers. You know that's never happened under Mike Tomlin? The Steelers have never played 4 straight divisional games. They've played 3 straight divisional games, and in fact, when they do play 3 straight divisional games, the Steelers under Mike Tomlin are 9-3 against the spread in that 3rd divisional game. Stats I wish I would have known last week. But it makes sense. Actually, excuse me, that's not 9-3. He's 7-0 straight up in those divisional games. 4-3 against the spread. The 9-3 is just for overall teams playing the 4th divisional game. But like I said, Tomlin's never done it before. And so when you think about it, why does it make sense that teams have success playing their 4th straight divisional game? Well, because it's familiar opponents. And it's also the preparation. When you have so much prep on these teams, you're going to perform better against them. You're going to play better, and you're locked in each and every week. There's no letdown. There's no game for the Browns to then go and play in Denver on a Monday Night Football and then now play against the Steelers. No. The Steelers have been locked in every week, playing the Ravens, playing the Browns, playing the Bengals, now playing the Browns again. There's been no letdown. And if there's any coach that I want to back in a spot like that, it's Mike Tomlin. I don't know if you guys have watched this Hard Knocks AFC North, but Tomlin comes off looking great. I mean, we already know he's the ultimate motivator, but he comes off looking just incredible. In a revenge spot where you lost the first game to a divisional opponent, is there any coach in the NFL that you want more to coach your team in a revenge spot than Mike Tomlin? The answer is no. And you look at Tomlin's record against the Cleveland Browns, 17-1. They are beating up on the Browns in Pittsburgh when favored by more than 6. Mike Tomlin has never lost to the Browns, and he's winning the games by 15.4 points per game. It's personal, this rivalry. He doesn't just beat the Cleveland Browns. He beats the Cleveland Browns. And so I'm not afraid of this big number because I actually think the Steelers could run up the score. I think the Steelers could, be up by 7, be up by 10,